Hi guys, sorry. I'm running a little late. Okay, so first of all, the it took me a while to get my makeup on. It's been a busy day here and kind of crazy. And I was just having a quite the discussion on Marco. I also went and got myself some coffee. So it's been a day. Anywho, all right. Okay, so the queen has arrived. Um, hello, my lovelies. Okay. Hello, David. Hi, Kat. Hello to Missy and Adrian and to Terry Lynn. Hi, Mark. How are you? Let's see here. I think that's who I have. Well, hi. Hello, Patty Mac. So, how is everyone? I hope everyone had a wonderful week. It's been a week for us. We got some exciting news, and things are going to move forward a little bit faster than we had anticipated. So, yes. Oh no, Missy, why are you in quarantine? Which one of you came down with it? So, my thoughts on this whole quarantine thing and all of the COVID BS. Okay. So yes, it's a real thing. Yes, it can be deadly. Yes, we should be protecting ourselves. We should be, taking precautions. Hi, Deb. But it's rearing its ugly head again, and we are getting record numbers of infection again. So yeah, I am not real sure exactly what to think of that whole situation. I was really like all for the whole mask wearing and all of that stuff. And now I'm just like herd immunity at this point. Like it's gonna have to run its course. And I feel like if you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. However, if you are sick, running a fever, whatever you're doing, please stay away from everybody. Don't be going out in public. Don't be spreading the crap. There's no reason for it. Honestly, it is not going to be, it's no different. It's not any different than if you were sick with influenza or a cold, even. You go out with a fever and with a cough, you're going to give it to somebody. So if you're sick, stay home. Please stop spreading it. So there's my PSA. I'm off my soapbox with that. Hello, Silhouette Park. How are you? Hi, Rachel. Rachel and Rusty. How is Rusty feeling? I'm sorry I did not get to your live tonight. I don't know. Did you go live tonight? I know you did a live because you sprung him out. I did see that, but I didn't get to be in on it. So exactly, Adrian. Don't be a butthole. Stay home. I agree with you 150%. So, oh my goodness, Rachel, did you guys hit 1,000 subs? That is freaking awesome. Congratulations. Yay. Okay, I didn't get to see the live tonight. It's been a crazy emotional roller coaster of a day for me. And then we got some decent news. So I'm going to share that with you. Okay. So for most of you know that my husband does custom airbrush artwork. And he does this on motorcycles. He does it on cars. He does, hello, fly. See, every single time, a fly or a gnat, take your pick. I get one of them or sometimes both. I just saw it fly behind me. Anyway, moving on. Okay. So he does custom airbrush artwork. And now we have for the last 11 years now struggled, okay, with this business. Artists are not paid for their skill. I'm just telling you guys, artists are not paid for their skill. Everybody wants all this beautiful artwork. Everybody wants, but they're not willing to pay for it. And that is really frustrating. Being in the art world is, it's not an easy gig at all. So, as most of you know, Tony has been doing, we have Middle of Nowhere Studio. That's the business. I do help him. I do actually quite a bit of prep work or finishing work for him with wet sanding, etc., that kind of stuff. He does all of the artwork. He does the clear coating. He does, all the painting. I'm not any of that. I kind of do the grunt work when I can help him. So, well, hi, Bugaboo. My Bugaboo got some good news today, too, and I will tell you about that here in just a minute. So, anywho, today, everything is going to kind of pay off because the custom artwork that he's been doing, all of the work that he's been doing for the Corvette Club that he's been painting for, they want to invest in the business. And now, in 7 to 10 days, we are getting 2 40-foot shipping containers that we will be building a studio out of. So, this is going to be extremely important. This is a huge game changer for our business, for mostly his business. Exactly, Bugaboo. Dad's going to have a real shop. It's going to be amazing. So tomorrow, I was kind of waiting to see what, how long it might take to get this done, to get the shipping containers here and all that stuff. But now it's 7 to 10 days. So I have to call our energy company, our electric company tomorrow to find out what it's going to cost to run electric to these shipping containers. So, yay! So this is a great step in the right direction for Middle of Nowhere Studio. And I'm super proud of my husband, super duper proud of him. And I am just, I'm beside myself. I'm not going to lie. I am very, very nervous. I am so nervous about the whole financials, all that stuff. And I would absolutely be lying if I said otherwise. But I believe very much in my husband's abilities, and I believe in his skill. And apparently, so does Bad Boys Vet Club. So there you go. Woo! We are super excited. So, also, my Bugaboo just sent a text, and so apparently she has been working for this company taking care of disabled, pretty much adults, but disabled people in general. And what she does is she works in like a group home type setting. So this is awesome because she's only been working there since February. She started this job in February. We're hitting November. And basically what this boils down to is I think this is a really awesome birthday present, Buggy, because your birthday is in 6 days. Yes, mainstream living. I just didn't know if you wanted me to shout that out. That's why I didn't. So she says to me, my coworkers and bosses must love me because I got several shout outs in our annual employee survey and got my name in the company-wide email. So there you go. And they sent out a happy birthday. So I think that is an amazing birthday gift from your employer and your coworkers. So you should be very excited. That is awesome because that means that your efforts are not going unnoticed. So I'm very proud of you. Oh, I hope it's not glitchy. I don't have any, I'm not having any problems on this end, but ooh, I hope it's not glitchy. Hello, Sherry. Yes, so Victoria will be turning 23, or no, 24. No, you'll be turning 23, won't you? Oh, dear God. My kids' ages are all right together. 23, okay, yes. Anyway, on November 8th, so in 6 days, she will be 23 years old. And I think that's a very good accomplishment for being so young and getting recognized in her very first really serious job. I think that's awesome. So, no Captain Knight. I'm sorry. I'm drinking coffee. So the last few days I've had a lot of pain. My fibro has really been kicking my rear. And I've been down with, and I think a lot of it is it's stress related, it's depression and anxiety related, it's just the weather, the whole 9 yards. So yesterday, from I started to get a really bad migraine on top of it all, and so I ended up taking quite a lot of Valium and hydroxyzine, and I was about this close to start to take my oxycodone. I was in that much pain. I don't do pain medications. I don't really do a lot of medications in general. I don't like them. I don't like the way they make me feel or any of that stuff. But last night or yesterday was so bad I had to. I was in bed pretty much all day. I was up and down enough that I could take, I did make some chicken noodle soup. I boiled down a whole chicken and cut up my celery and carrots. And then I ended up deboning the chicken and putting in noodles. So we had really yummy chicken noodle soup. So, hello, Narrowway Farm. How are you? Well, hello, Tony and Leanne. How are you? Tony, I'm assuming. My oldest is turning 10 on Black Friday, 3 years from having. I know, right? The warranty expires on girls at 12. No. You're funny. Anywho, so well, that's awesome. That'll be awesome, David. You'll have to tell him happy birthday from me. So, yes, Deb, it is. It's fine. It's about time things finally started happening. Good for our family. Yes, I have 2 girls and a boy, and then I have a grandson. And I can say that with the girls, okay, so the girls, raising them was tough in the emotion department. Like all emotions, all of them. They were all there, all at once. With my son, it was, and he was really, really introverted. So like he didn't want to go out partying. He didn't want to go out, cruising around or any of that kind of stuff. He stuck at home and played video games online and, chatted with his friends online that way. That's what they did with their Friday and Saturday nights in high school. So, hello, Lisa. How are you, honey? Also, your picture on Instagram, was that your hair? Did you do that to your hair, darling? Because it looks beautiful. I love that colors. Okay, so Halloween. How was everyone's Halloween? So I'm going to go climb under my 5 quilts and lay down. Okay. All right, Missy. Yes, please feel better. I hope you don't have the dreaded COVID, but um anyway, I wish you a very speedy recovery, and hope you had a very blessed Samhain. So, yay. Had a great Halloween. I did a goth wedding and had sushi at the reception. Awesome. Um, yes, I didn't. I think I saw the one picture. I think you sent me one picture of the bride. Maybe you didn't. Maybe somebody else sent me something. I don't even remember. So many people that I know got married yesterday. Well, on Halloween, so on Samhain. Um, which is really awesome. If you are pagan, that's an amazing day to get married. So hanging in there one day at a time. Yes. So that was your hair. Yay. Oh my gosh. Lisa on Instagram showed a picture of her hair. It was like a yellowy blonde and pink-ish. Like, I don't know, pinky purple. It was so pretty. So pretty. But only like the ends of it. She didn't show her whole head. So, um, yes, and also Deb, I don't do sushi because I don't. First of all, I certainly won't do raw fish. Secondly, I won't do any fish really. I'm just, you know me, I'm not a fan of fish of any sort. So, yeah. So speaking of hair, this hot mess, I have decided I think I'm just gonna let it grow out and see if I get all white hair. Then I can truly be a crone. So I don't really know what else to do with it. If I bleach it out and try to color it back to purple, it's just gonna fry it, and my hair is too thin at this point. Um, the strands themselves are too thin, and they're not gonna tolerate that. So I'm not gonna color my hair other than black, and I don't even know if I'm gonna do that. I think I might just let it grow out for a while and see how it goes. Depends. Depends on how sick of it I get. Yes, happy Halloween to you, or happy Halloween and anniversary to your sister, David. Yes, you did send pictures of your grandson's wedding, but it might have been somebody else that sent me a picture of a bride, a bride from Halloween. So, hello, Miss Tina. How are you, honey bunny? Uh, no, you did not, David. Show me pics of what, your sister? I don't. Um, I have never seen your sister. No. Um. Ooh, Adrian, what are you making, darling? I let my gray come out, and then I had my sister-in-law did a heavy highlight to break the dye line. Yes, yes. Oh, your sister's wedding? No, you haven't shown me pictures of your sister's wedding. No. They had a coffin-shaped box for the rings. That's awesome. I wouldn't probably go that far. Okay, so what people are kind of confusing uh, Wiccan and pagan holidays with other holidays. So so for me, All Hallows Eve or Samhain or Halloween is like my New Year's Eve. November 1st is the witch's New Year. And so that's how that goes. For me, that is how I observe it. And so when everybody else is doing their New Year's resolutions and stuff, you know, December 31st and they start on January 1st, that is, you know, I don't always follow that. I mean, I follow it, but I've already set my intentions and my goals and all of that stuff because of the witch's New Year on November 1st. So, I'm very much into Halloween. I'm very, very faithful to it. So, It has honestly, it has always been my favorite holiday, even when I was a kid. And I don't know what it was. It was just something felt good about Halloween for whatever reason. Um, and I actually had somebody call it, oh, it's Devil's Night. No, no, no. If you're pagan, you don't really believe in the devil anyway. So, or Satan or what have you. That is a Christian belief, not a pagan belief. So, anywho, my brother-in-law was Joker and she was Harley Quinn. Aw. Oh, I remember you telling me that, but you never did show me pictures. That's what it was. Hey, I'm all about spaghetti. I love spaghetti. Exactly, Adrian. It was around before the devil. So I have a hangnail and I don't have any clippers in here. Dang it. It hurts. I don't know why they call them a hangnail when it's skin, I don't know. It hurts. I don't like it. I got to quit messing with it. Because it's not actually nail. It's just dead skin. I don't know why they call them hangnails. It's crazy. So, I got a video out yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Or was it Saturday? It might have been Saturday. My days run together. I'm terribly sorry. You'll have to, I'll apologize for that ahead of time. My times, my days, everything just kind of melts together now that I'm not, going to a 9-to-5 job every day and all that fun stuff. So, anywho, so I did get a video out, and all it was me sewing up seed packets. And I've received some very fantastic comments on that, feedback on that. So that made me happy. And I was actually, Rustic Traditions isn't in here right now, but they usually pop in. So I actually have a lot more ideas on how to make those seed packets, to sew those seed packets, and I don't know, I might actually do a video. Another video of sewing seed packets, just to show that, hey, here's another option, or here's another way to do it, blah, blah, blah. Also, I had some questions, or I had a comment about, I have a sewing machine, but I just really don't know how to use it. I don't know how to thread it. I don't know how, any of that stuff works. So I thought maybe I could do something simple like that, show people how to thread their sewing machine if they have something similar to what I have. My sewing machine is a Singer, and it was my Grammy's, and it is in the original table that my Grammy had for it. And so it's like all beat up and all that fun stuff. And I really have thought, well, maybe I'll just take the sewing machine out. Maybe I'll redo it, sand it down and revarnish, or restain and varnish. But I kind of don't really want to. And it's just because I know how some of those marks got there. There's water rings from Grammy's coffee cup sitting on there. It's just, I think that it would lose the character and the memories. And so I was thinking that actually I might just go through and varnish it, and just put a layer of lacquer over it, maybe. I don't think I want to do anything with it. I don't think I want to redo the whole thing, sand it down and restain it and all that stuff, because I don't know. I feel like I'd be missing out on those memories. So, and I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget those memories. So, anywho, so I was thinking that maybe I would do some more very simple sewing projects, because I am not a seamstress by any stretch of the imagination. I really am not. Um, oh, this is, oh, you said you have your grandma's old singer too. Yeah, see, and this, it's not the old treadle. It's, I mean, it's a newer one. It was probably, her other one had died, but this one was very similar to her old one. And this one has had a million miles put on it. So, um, and I remember sewing on this one with her. So, um, but I thought maybe doing maybe some simple sewing projects, crafting type projects to kind of cure your winter blues and things like that. Maybe if that would be um, something that, you know, maybe you guys, anybody would be interested in. I don't really know. Um, and I'm thinking of doing some more crafting videos and whatnot as well. So um, I've had, so you all know that I'm on Marco like all the time. And I was talking in one of my Marco groups one day, and I was actually putting on my makeup. And I was doing this tonight too. And but anyway, I had a couple people say, "You know what? You should just do like, you know, getting ready with Mandy. Do your makeup and talk about something, a story or whatever while you're doing your makeup." And I thought, oh, that'd be kind of fun, but I don't know. So um, you know, I don't know how many people would actually watch that. I guess it would probably depend on the topic as well. But you know, so there's a couple of those are a few ideas I have swimming around in my head. If any of you are interested in something like that, please let me know because I'm I really feel like I'm running out of stuff, um, ideas to be able to film, especially heading into winter. Um, so also, you guys all know that my whole theme of my channel is royalty, Royal Amethyst Acres. So I actually was talking with my husband on the way home when we went to Georgia, Kentucky and Georgia. And I love the catalog Victorian Trading Company. I love their stuff. Um, it's all that old Victorian style, you know, what have you. They happen to have a crown with a veil on sale. So, um, I said, "Oh, I just think this would be really cool to have. You know, I don't know what I would do with it, but I just think it'd be really cool to have." And Tony just looks at me and he's like, "Okay, you know, it would be really hilarious for you to actually go out and make a video as the queen, all dressed up, and you need to get that crown, so you'll have a proper crown, and you know, do a very a sad, depressing video on the state of the garden, you know, and how it didn't work and all of that stuff." So he's like, "Order it." So I have a crown and veil coming, and it's a beautiful crown. It's just a little one, but I absolutely love it, and it's got black onyx on it, and then a very thin black veil on it. So it should be interesting. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. So all right, mine is a Singer 327. I believe it is a knee control instead of a foot control. Oh wow, yep, from the 40s. That is definitely old. This one is definitely not that old. Not that old. Because like I said, the original one that I remember her having was it was bigger and bulkier, but it no, this is her second one that she's had since I have been around. Because her first one was not a treadle, but I think it was a knee controlled as well. I think you're right. I think, yeah. So, Adrian, I want you to do something you're very excited about. I'm excited about a lot of stuff. It's just a matter of conveying all of that excitement and what to wrap it up in. Buggy, Yumi, and Kennedy should do a get ready video with me. Get ready with me video. We could do it. Ooh, yay! Dinner ready. I have my grandmother's old treadle machine, but it is in 4 pieces because the cabinet was too much bad wood to hold it safely. Oh, that sucks. Is it something that maybe you could create a new top for it? Because I mean, when I think of a treadle, you wouldn't need, I mean, you could probably put new wood on it. And then does it have the iron legs or does it have, or steel? I'm not sure which one they used, iron or steel. Or was it all wooden? Dinner's ready. Sent you pics on Instagram of the wedding photos though. All right, awesome, cool. Thanks, David. Yeah, so I'm not real sure about the whole video stuff. It's just been, I will say this year has been really rotten, and I know it has been for everyone. So I'm not, I'm not saying that it hasn't been for everyone, but I will tell you that I think that we all feel it as we're going through it, rather than worrying about other people and how they're feeling, and wondering how bad somebody else has it, kind of thing. So while something may not be so, I don't know how to put it, so detrimental to one person and maybe very trivial to one person, it can be absolutely devastating to another. So, supper's ready? Okay, well, what are you having? So, anywho, so yeah, it's been iron legs and the top is soft from dry rot. Can't fold the hinges without the wood splitting. Yes. Hey, mac and cheese. I love pasta though. I really do. I love pasta. So, I like mac and cheese with broccoli in it. I like mac and cheese with chicken, like canned chicken, and even canned tuna. Now, the fam doesn't really like it that way at all. One of my daughters does. They like it with the broccoli in it. And I don't know, maybe both my daughters do. But for the most part, I'm the only one that likes that kind of stuff. I think both my girls actually do. And we call broccoli little trees around here. So, oh, more news. things are finally starting. They feel like they're starting to finally progress in life for us. Okay, so you know how the Suburban has been pretty much the bane of my existence. It has been, I think, I want to say almost 4 months since that thing went to the shop. It does have a new engine. It does have a new transmission. It has a new fuel pump and a new battery. They buttoned it all up, got everything done, and couldn't figure out why the stupid thing wouldn't run worth a darn. They're like, okay, the fuel pump's replaced, it's got new fuel, the lines have been cleaned, varnish removed, blah, blah, blah. Why is this thing not firing properly? Well, it's because it was out of timing. And they couldn't figure out why, because it should have been just a normal, it should have been just a swap. Well, we're going to back up just a little bit because I thought it was awful strange that when they ordered the engine for the Suburban, that why were we getting a transmission as well? The transmission was fine. It was the motor. That's it. Well, they figured out that when they ordered the engine, they did the company they ordered it from thought that they were doing a common swap. So our Suburban has well, hi, Jane A. How are you? It has been a hot while since I've seen you. Lovely to see you. So they found out that the Suburban's engine and transmission, the reason we got the transmission with it was because they thought we were doing a common swap for Chevy, just Chevy in general, and that is to a Corvette LS1 engine. So I was talking to both my husband and the guy that had done this, and I thought it was awful strange that we were getting a transmission and an engine when we just needed the engine, and why it costs so much more. So for the same exact thing that I was going to order. And yeah, come to find out, it's a Corvette LS1 engine. It's actually a very common swap, especially in Chevy, and just a common swap in general, frankly, for a lot of cars. A lot of the racing BMWs, like street racers for BMW, they'll swap it and put that in because it's a cheaper motor. It's a cheaper motor and whatever, but it's fast. So Tony's like, okay, just kind of try to equate it to, we're going to have more horsepower. And I said, okay. I'm like, well, I guess that's good because we're going to be towing the Airstream, right? So he's like, yeah, but it's the fuel thing, it's going to be it's going to be expensive. And I'm like, well, why? I mean, it's not like, I understand that it's a turbo will help you with gas mileage a little bit. The LS motor is not going to do that. He's like, it's kind of just equated to like when we were, growing up, how everybody, the big rage was swapping out a 350 big block, and I'm like, oh, okay. All right. So what you're telling me is that while we're going to have more horsepower, we're also going to have a bigger fuel bill for that thing. Oh my gosh. Okay then. So because it has this different type of engine, we had to order a new timing gear for it. So it's another like $200 to $300. It has been, we've gone from about a $4,000 job to about a $7,000 job by the time this is all said and done. I could have bought a used truck for this, but I own it free and clear, so pooey on that, right? All right. Jane A. Hopefully, we all have COVID here in the house. Oh my gosh. Not all good for someone with chronic pain is yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Amy. That is rotten. I'm telling you, I think we're going to end up having to we're going to have to probably let it run its course and just do the best we can to try to keep ourselves healthy and, keep things clean and protected and, pardon me. Yeah, I agree. It is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it either. The best that you can do is beef up on all your vitamins and whatnot. Unless you can get like unless they can give you, an antiviral, which I think they were using remdesivir as a treatment for it, but I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure that's what they're using. Yes. And so that has been the biggest complaint and the biggest problem with people. It's not that it's you know, that you're puking or any of that kind of stuff, but more the fact that it's just sitting in your chest and you can't breathe. It's like having it's that proverbial elephant on your chest is my understanding. So um you know, I'm not so positive that my husband and I didn't have it when we came back from Arizona in February, frankly, because I was sick, and I actually ended up. Um, told the doctor when I had to go in. I couldn't. I because I couldn't breathe, and it was in my chest. I'm like, this is gonna be. I thought maybe I was just sick. I'm like, this is gonna be bronchitis in a matter of about 3 days. I can't breathe very well right now. I'm coughing. It's a dry, hacky cough. 3 days, I'm going to need an antibiotic. So go to the doctor, and they're like, nope, just bronchitis. Don't worry about it. Blah, blah, blah. Didn't give me anything. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. Said the problem is that in about 3 days, I'm going to need an antibiotic. So just write me an antibiotic, a script for an antibiotic. And when I need it, which I'm going to need it, I will go in and fill it. And she didn't do it. Literally 3 days later, I was in the ER because I was sick and I couldn't breathe. And they did not do a COVID test on me. Of course, you know, it was fairly new. Nobody really knew a whole bunch about it. But I was negative for influenza, and my x-ray showed definite changes in my lungs. So yeah, I was sicker and sick, and I ended up with an antibiotic. And I'm so angry about that because I even sent a message to my chart that I said, I don't feel that I should have to pay any kind of a copay for going to the ER because you didn't do what I told you to do 3 days ago and give me the script for the antibiotic, because I knew that's what was going to happen. And I gave the doctor a poor review because I said, you need to listen to your patients. That is supposed to be your number one thing to do as a doctor. That is the first thing you should be doing, is listening to your patient. And when I've had a history of pneumonia. I have history of pneumonia. I have history of bronchitis. I know where this goes. So when I start feeling it in my chest, I know within about 3 to 5 days, I'm going to need an antibiotic because it's not going to be viral any longer. It's going to start growing bacteria. They didn't listen to me. When my mom had COVID, she got short of breath even when, yes. Yeah, it's rough. Biggest complaint is my chest, and I'm so exhausted. Yes, it takes everything out of you because you become well, you're deficient in oxygenation, so your body isn't able, with it being so compacted in there, you know, and full, you cannot do an exchange of carbon dioxide and oxygen appropriately, and so you feel like you're suffocating to death, and your bronchial tubes are all swollen, and just, yeah, it hurts. It's painful. Hi, J Love. How are you, Jess? And to top it all off, I'm an asthmatic. Yes, see, my husband is too. That's what we were afraid of too. So, what are they? Are they giving you anything for that? I would assume probably. I would assume you probably have like breathing treatments and stuff. You know, albuterol. or duoneb, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you have probably slept like that. That you have inhaler. They didn't give you any. They didn't give you a nebulizer to use or rent or anything? That I'm surprised. You've got a nebulizer, okay. And so they didn't give you any did they give you a prescription for like duonebs or albuterol? Listen to me. Yeah, I've been through this a time or two and I'm a nurse, so yes. And the oximeter are the pulse ox machines are not too bad in price. You can get one fairly cheap, but to get okay, Zopnex, okay. Which is it's a bronchodilator as well, so that's okay as long as you've got something. You need to try to. Tired of being sick. My asthma is the only reason they want to test me. Yep. I think that I sincerely think that is a good idea, Missy. If I mean you're technically immunocompromised, so I think getting tested is a good idea, and I really think that they need to, as they're doing. As they're prescribing things, the problem, okay, so here's the problem with doing like back to back to back nebulizer treatments. Most medications, even if it's a duoneb, or because it typically will have an albuterol in it, which means it's a bronchodilator. The problem with it is that it will knock, if you're doing too much too often, it will knock your respiratory drive down. It will knock it out almost completely. So you have to be super, super careful with that too. I have an O2 monitor on my phone. Lowest has been, I think it was 90. Oh, that's not horrible. I don't know how old you are though. Agreed, Deb. Yes. It used to be, at least when when I was in nursing school, that was the first thing they said. You need to listen to your patient. Your patient knows what's going on with their body for the most part. They know they don't feel right. They know, and a lot of people who have been in and out, in and out, in and out with hospitalizations and just in and out of the clinic and being ill off and on, they know. They know their bodies, and you need to listen to them. And the doctors don't seem to do that anymore. My PCP, my primary care physician, used to be so good about that. And he literally, and I think also he takes for granted that the fact that I've had medical training, that I have been a nurse, and I practice medicine. Being a paramedic, emergency medicine even. So and I think he kind of takes that for granted as well, because he doesn't necessarily listen to me anymore. I'll walk in, he'll say, okay, what are your symptoms? What are you here for? And I'll tell him, and he'll just look at me and go, what do you want to do? Well, what do you mean, what do I want to do? Well, what course of treatment do you want? Which is a good thing, but I'm like, I don't have access to all these different, treatments and medications and whatnot. I don't have a super expanded knowledge of all of these things. So that's why I'm coming to see you. And here's what I think, but I think we need to explore this option, that option, whatever. And I think he kind of takes that for granted, because he will literally look at me and go, okay, nurse, what are we doing? I'm not the doctor. I can't prescribe. But it's awesome that he thinks that way too, because at least with me, because I will question. I absolutely question absolutely everything. And even when I was working, my patients, if they'd come back from the doctor with this, that, or the other, I'd be on the phone. Why are we doing this? I need a medical reason why we're doing this. Why wouldn't you go with this? Why, that kind of stuff. I questioned absolutely everyone and everything, and it used to drive some of the doctors just up a wall. And I had a doc one time tell me, I was working in a long-term care facility, and I had a resident who just, frankly, he was tanking on me, and I kept telling him, I told the doctor, I said, he's like, well, I don't think we need to do anything. Let's just let it run its course. And he goes, I think it's viral. And I said, how do you think it's viral? How do you know it's viral? I said, because have you listened to his lung sounds? Well, yeah. There's no air in there. What do you want me to do? He's obviously in respiratory distress. What do you want me to do with this patient? Well, I think, just go ahead and give him a nebulizer treatment, an extra nebulizer treatment. I'm like, that's not going to cut it, because I'm going to be calling you here for an order for an even longer order for a PRN nebulizer treatment. And frankly, albuterol is not going to cut it. I think we need, this. And I said, he just looks at me and he goes, well, this is why I'm the doctor and you're not. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say to me. I was hot. And I said, well, guess what, doctor? I'm the one that's here on the front lines taking care of your patient. So I'm pretty sure that when I tell you something is wrong and I think we need a different course of action, you should probably listen to me, considering I see this patient day in and day out, and you do not. And he's like, he just looked at me and he's like, and he literally said, that's pretty ballsy of you to say. And I said, well, I'm a patient advocate, so there you go. And he finally gave in, and I said, I want to send him to the ER. I want x-rays. I want to know what's in his lungs. I want to know. And if there's nothing and I was wrong, no harm, no foul, right? And he just kind of looked at me. He's like, all right. So we sent him off. Sure enough, he had pneumonia. Gee, maybe we should listen to our nurses. There's a reason why your nurse is called your right hand. Normally I would, yes. However, I've dealt with my asthma for so many years that I know my body well. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so yeah, at 43, 90% is not horrible, but it's not good either. Because I'm almost, I'll be 45 in February. So, hello, Pete's Little Homestead. How are you, honey bunny? Yep, you have two different inhalers. Yeah, you've probably got a bronchodilator, and you've probably got a more of a steroidal type inhaler. So COPD is not fun. So I, living with an asthmatic and taking care of many patients with COPD and CHF and all kinds. It is not for the faint of heart for somebody to take care of. So nurses are the backbone to the doctors. I agree with you. And one thing that I always got, I was always given very high marks and very, very high praise for, especially in nursing school, was the fact that I knew my meds. And I learned very quickly, I don't give a med unless I know what I'm giving and what I'm watching for. A lot of people don't do that anymore. And especially when you get into the elderly population and you start giving them all these different meds, they don't work the same as they do in a 30, 40, or even 60-year-old. You start getting into the 70s and 80s and things change big time, and meds do not, they just absolutely do not they don't work exactly the same. So they aren't processed the same in the liver because the liver doesn't, or even the kidneys. All of those things are slowing down. Those functions are slow. And so then you end up with potentiation, and you end up with, all of these other side effects that have come on because you've given them this medication that really you've ended up overdosing them, in essence. So I know, Buggy, they don't. Um, I fought it for many, many, many years. I have fought, especially gynecologists, so many years, so much over the years. I have. Um, my birthday is February 19th. I am a cusp baby. I am an Aquarian Pisces. So, and I am all of both of those signs. Let me tell you. You have medical training also. Are you? What kind of medical training do you have? Um, I was a I was a nurse, and then I was and while I was in nursing school, I went to paramedic school. I was already an EMT, but um, I actually finished my paramedic, so I was actually a paramedic, and I worked. I was a volunteer, but I did volley fire department paramedic, so I was ACLS, PHTLS certified. I mean, all of that stuff. So I watched a doctor get fired from his residency by the head of thoracic surgery because of he fluffed off a nurse trying to tell him. Yeah, exactly. I don't think some doctors, especially newer, like new young doctors, they they're kind of full of themselves. They don't listen to their nurses because they're not there. It's the nurses that are there. They're the ones taking care of the patients. They're the ones, doing absolutely everything, giving them their meds, watching for side effects, blah 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 blah. It's honestly, nurses do not get paid nearly enough that a doctor. I mean, they don't even get paid a fraction of what a doctor makes, and I personally don't think that that's quite fair for the simple fact that you know it's your nurses doing all the work. Yeah, okay, so you spent $80,000 to go to med school. Are you in here doing this stuff day in and day out and still have to have the same knowledge? No, probably not. Yes, Tina, you are a day before I am. Yes. Everyone processes meds differently also. For me, that usually would put down someone. For me, it takes something to put down a horse. Yeah, see, it kind of depends for me too. Um, yeah, Deb, that was 1987. Holy cow. Yeah, for me, I don't process meds the same way either. I have a really hard time processing medication. Um, and it's really weird because I will, like one time, if I take my Valium for my vertigo, or the start of a migraine, 5 milligrams may knock me out cold. Um, but like yesterday, did nothing. So I ended up, throughout the entire day, I ended up with 20 milligrams of Valium, which is not really a huge dose, but it is for me. I ended up with 20 milligrams in total of Zine in total throughout the entire day, probably about 16 hours maybe. So I wasn't taking it exactly like I should have probably, but even still, it didn't touch it. And I didn't go to sleep. It usually knocks me out. That amount would knock me, clean out. Um, and then it was about 8:30 last night. I went and laid down in bed again, and I don't know. I was probably out by. I didn't go to sleep until at least 11 because I heard my daughter come home from work, and that was it. Um, and then all day today, I have fought that hangover feeling from all the medication, and I have also fought with my emotions and, stress levels and whatnot because of it. And I hate when I get that way. I went to college for paramedic. Yep. Cool. I was 6 months from graduating when I had my oldest, and then I stupidly never went back and have 5 kids. So dealing with about every medical situation you can. Yes. So being a paramedic is not for the faint of heart. I love trauma. I absolutely love trauma. I absolutely love cardiac. Those are my two absolute favorites. if I, so my goal actually was to be a flight nurse. That is what I wanted to do. Um, Unfortunately, my fall and brain injury has dictated otherwise. So, um, I had a memory pop up on Facebook, and it was really hard for me to see that 10 years ago, October 27th, I think, which made, or 23rd, something like that, 27th, I think. Anyway, it just took me right back down the depression spiral because it was the day that I had to drop out of school to finish my my bachelor's so that I could do flight nursing. And actually, I was looking into going back to school to become a nurse practitioner or a DO and specialize in holistic medicine and natural medicine. And that whole thing, that fall, that one fall on my 38th birthday said, nope. There was no chance of me going back to finish it. But I ended up having to drop out October. Now, this was prior to my fall, but that popped up in my memories because that was just a bad year. That was a really bad year for me. I was trying to work full time and go to school full time. And you just, when you are in school for medicine, working full time and trying to take care of everything just does not, at least for me, it doesn't mesh well. And for most people, it does not. There are some very talented, very gifted people that can do that. I am not one of those people. I get too chaotic. So I had to. I had to drop out. And Tony had started his starving artist business. So it was bad. And I have struggled with that for 11 years. So it's been really bad. But I feel like I'm kind of moving on from it because from my fall in 2014 and the fact that I'm disabled and I'm unemployable, I am more upset about that than anything. So my hopes and dreams were dashed all by a fall on my 38th birthday. I had 2 medically fragile kids. Oh my, yeah. I am a cheap drunk with meds and alcohol. Deb, I know, you are so funny. Oh, okay, Terry Lynn's still here. Yay! Cannot type, too much pain. What is going on, girlfriend? Yep, trauma and neonatal. Oh, neonatal's fun too. But yeah, I'm kind of a sick puppy. Like I just there was a shirt. Well, actually, so when I was on the fire department and working as a medic, they actually got me a scrub top and had printed on the back "Trauma Queen," and because I am like all over the trauma, and they got me a shirt at one point in time that said it's something about, it's not that I want you to get hurt, I just want to be there when you do. So, or every good nursing story begins with, here, hold my beer. I wanted to deliver babies. Oh, hi, Kate. How are you, honey bunny? I wanted to deliver babies. The VA killed my back and was never able to go back to school for my RN and midwife training. Yeah. So I did the other end and was a geriatric LPN. See, I work geriatric. That was the bulk of my work. I loved working geriatric. Um, I actually had a doc tell me that he's like, I think you need to go back to medical school, and I think you need to be a gerontologist, because he said you are so good with the elderly, and I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. Yes, ER is fantastic. I honestly, I'm in love with medicine, and anything that is adrenaline producing. Oh, I'm all over that. Oh yes, that's right. You did, Terry Lynn. Broke my hand by the thumb from that damn turkey fight. So only got two fingers that move on the right hand. Did you go to the doctor and get X-rays? Because if they're broken, depending on how are they broken or whatever, you may need to get them set. Yes, Deb, you are correct. We all have had crap that screws up our plans. Yeah, they did. I mean, it literally has. And I was just talking to Tony about it today, and I was pretty well, like, I was in tears. And I said, I feel useless. I don't feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and that is medicine. I'm supposed to be taking care of, you know, and I'm supposed to be out there doing the trauma and the ER and the cardiac and the, and taking care of people and fixing people, because that's what I do. Like, that is what my soul says I need to be doing. And I'm sorry. I mean, this is going to sound really boastful, but I was so good at what I did, because I had a passion for it, that it was my life. Um, it's what made my soul move, and I was really good at it. So just sucks, you know. I couldn't get close to the ER because I didn't have the training. I know but it's the training is getting better, but even still, LPN in the ER is really hard to get through. Well, I'm glad you're here, Kate, because I love you. And guess what? Our suburban should be getting done here pretty quick. Maybe I get to come see you. I thought every good nursing story started with, here, hold my liver. Yeah, kind of. Here, hold my heart, hold my liver, hold my whatever. So a trauma nurse is like, that's what every good nursing story starts with for a trauma nurse or ER nurse or paramedic. It's, here, hold my beer, because I'm about to go down the hill to pick your dumbass up off the ground and fix you. I loved it, loved it, loved it. Oh, your internet went out, Pete. I'm sorry. Boo. I used to sit in the observation deck and watch surgeries when I could sneak in. Oh, I love surgery. That's so cool to watch. So, a surgical story. When I was in my surgical med surg rotation for nursing, I watched a lung resection. That was cool. Like, that was so cool. And it was funny because the surgeon, okay, he was a cool doctor. Like, he was such a cool doc. And, he was one of those docs that are like, okay, you're not going to learn anything by standing over there and doing nothing. You need to be up here so you can look and so you can see what's going on. And so I was actually up right there next to him as a nursing student watching this lung resection. And I'm just standing there. I'm just like, I was kind of shaking. And he goes, and one of the nurses, she says, "Are you okay? Are you going to pass out? Are you?" I'm like, no, not at all. And the doctor goes, "Oh, you're one of those. You are a sick puppy. I like you." And I'm like, I'm sorry. I know this sounds probably really inappropriate, but oh my God, this is so cool. So we had a blast during that surgical procedure. It was so fun with that doc. And he's still like all of the students, they love to go to surgery with him because he is so much fun because he's like, get up here. You're not going to learn anything standing back there against the wall and watching it on a monitor. Get up here. It was awesome. So anyway, he got done with the surgery and he looks at me and he goes, all right, it's your turn. You got to do the other side. I'm like, no, I don't think so. And he goes, oh, you could do it. You could do it. So I thought that was really cool. So, and also I watched a hysterectomy as well. And oh, Tina, no, I have not. Because I probably could because I am very knowledgeable about meds and whatnot. But no, I haven't thought of that because I don't know. I don't know why. So, but now I'm not even, according to the judge and my neurologist, I am unemployable because of my migraines. I have because of the chronic migraines. That was another one. So, for a while, I was in there for a hysterectomy, and so as we're standing there, the doctor, he's like, can look up that monitor and look here. Like, okay. And he goes, what is this? And he's like, what parts are these? And so I was naming the parts, he's like, well, this, this, this your reader, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, look up at the screen. I'm like, okay. So I was looking up, he goes, can anybody tell me what is going on here? And I kind of stood there and he goes, no, seriously, anybody, can you tell me what's going on here? And the nurses were like kind of confused. And I said, are you talking about the peristalsis going on? And he's like, bingo. Okay. He's like, apparently somebody didn't get their kidneys and bladder all empty. Just busted a gut. I'm like, I'm sorry. Highly inappropriate. He goes, no, it's not inappropriate. I'm glad you saw that. That's what I was trying to get pointed out. And then he looks at the other, people in the other nurses, surgical nurses, and he's like, did any of you know that? And they're like, no, never really thought of it. I'm like, crap. So, anywho, all right, I gotta stop talking about my stupid stories. Hairline fracture in the hand in between the thumb and first finger. My vet x-rayed it. You and your vet have a special kind of relationship. I'm just saying. I can't close my hand. Well, I don't suppose. You need to probably go ahead and splint that hand. Goofball. I wanted to watch my own C-section. They gave me a very empathetic no, or emphatic no. Yeah, I know. So I actually wanted to watch my hysterectomy. Like, I wanted them to tape it. And I never did get to see it. So I'm supposed to go back. And I sent him an email after my follow-up appointment. And I'm like, you didn't show me pictures of this huge uterus you said I had that you removed. And I said, I really, truly want to see those pictures. And so he actually said, I actually got a phone call from him. And he said, when you come in for your year checkup, he said, remind me and I will pull them for you. And I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yes, I promise. He goes, I knew that I had forgotten something. And he goes, and I'm really surprised that you didn't remind me at your follow-up appointment. And I'm like, I know, right? So we're more concerned with, when we could be intimate again. So, anywho, yeah. You light up when you talk medical stuff. I do. I know. It is my passion. It is absolutely my passion. I miss it so much. And I cry. I still, to this day. I mean, it's been almost 7 years since my fall, and I cry to this day. Like, I was crying about it today, if that tells you anything. I miss it. I do. It was my life. It was really the fire. It was a fire in my soul. It really was. I love, love, love medicine. I don't know why. I'm a weirdo, I guess. But we all have to have those things that we're passionate about, right? Because I mean, that's kind of what makes the world go round. Some people are passionate about, um, you know, customer service, and they're great with customer service, and they're perfectly happy and wonderful and whatever, working, a retail job or working in fast food or whatever. And it's not about the money, but about the job itself, that they love it. They love the customers. They love doing, the interaction. For me, it's the medicine. Like it was always about making sure my patients were taken care of, that they knew that I cared, that I would hold their hand through it all, and that I would be there, when they needed me, and that I was going to make sure that the medicine they were getting wasn't going to kill them, that kind of stuff. It's just, I don't know, it was my driving force. It was my passion. Never too late to go back. Yes, it is actually. I can't go back. So that was one thing that I checked on, because that was in my Vision 2020 video. So I looked into going back to school, trying to go back to school. I can't because of my disability. If I were to go back to school, they cannot, well, I may not be able to, I may not be able to complete the hours necessary and be dependable enough to be at a job. This is why I'm unemployable, because I'm not dependable enough. I can't schedule a migraine. I can't schedule vertigo. I can't schedule any of my ailments. There's, or my disease processes, I can't schedule any of that. And I pushed for many, many years. I pushed through 99% of that. The brain injury and the chronic migraines, I can't push through most of those. I try, but I'm down 2, 3, 4 days. Sometimes I'm down for a week and a half at a time with a migraine that just won't go away. So actually, I can't go back. I wish. I prayed to the gods and the universe, please, can we make this happen? Because I miss it. I love it. It's what I was meant to do. And Social Security even said, Social Security disability, they're like, no. So also they don't feel, so the judge was saying, when I was granted my disability, I started crying in the courtroom. And she's like, okay, off the record. And she looked at me, she goes, why are you crying? And she's like, isn't this what you want? And I said, no, it's not what I want. I want to continue on with my medical career. I love medicine. I love doing what I do. I love being a nurse. It was what I was meant to do. And I'm sitting there crying, and she's like, okay, here's the problem. She says, unless you miraculously recover from this brain injury, she goes, you are not employable in any way, shape, or form. And I just busted into tears, and she's like, I am so sorry. I am so, so sorry. She goes, if I felt that you were safe, or your neurologist felt that you were safe, I wouldn't grant you the disability. She said, she said, your neurologist is really good at her job. Like, she really is looking out for you. And she says, I just don't have I don't have a good feeling for you if I were to say, no, you have to go back to work. She said, I just don't think you could be safe. And I don't think you could be, I don't think you're employable because you can't. And that was one of the things that she asked me, can you schedule a migraine? Well, no. Can you function through these migraines that you have? And I'm like, it depends on the severity. She said, how many days are you down a week or a month? And I'm like, it varies, but on average, 2 to 4 days. She said, how are you going to go to work? How are you going to be there? And I'm like, well, yeah, I know, I understand all of this, but this is a huge loss for me. And she said, I know, and I can tell. And she said, I know this is killing you inside, but I can't in good conscience say that that you should, that you're safe and employable and you should go back to work. So that is why I'm on disability. All because of a migraine, a chronic migraine situation caused by a brain injury, caused by a fall. Ruined my career. So anyway, well, hello, Krista Morella. How are you? So that's where I'm at. I promise you, I would love nothing more than to go back into the medical field. I miss it. I miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it. So, okay. So moving on. I tried to get some of my gallstones when I had my surgery, and I got a formal letter telling me no. I have a friend who is going to seal them in plastic and make me a necklace. That's too funny to have. I hate people. I can't do anything with people. They get on my nerves. Well, the dumb ones. Yeah, I know. They all do. Mine had a pea-sized cancer in the cluster. Oh, my. Mine were all as big or bigger than the end of my thumb. Doctor told me they were pretty dark iridescent green. See, I didn't see my gallstones, and we didn't really discuss them because he said that all he said was he removed 6 gallstones. Oh, excuse me, and they weren't very big, but they were right there at the bile duct. So that's the problem. He's like, that's why it hurts so bad. But I didn't get to see them or even really discuss them a whole lot because I did not have a good reaction to fentanyl while I was in recovery. And in fact, I'd had Vicodin, and it was not. We couldn't get my pain under control. And so he's like, all right. So they gave me fentanyl via IV. Well, that combination of Vicodin and fentanyl, no bueno, no bueno for me. I actually was having I was having episodes of paranoia, and I felt like somebody was trying to sit on my chest and trying to suffocate me, and it got bad enough that the nurse, when I was up in my room, because I couldn't sleep either, that I woke up, well, just before I was getting transferred from the gurney to my bed, I was just all over, and I'm like freaking out, and the nurse looks at me and she goes, if you do not calm down right now, I will restrain you. And I'm like, you can't do that to me. You have to have a doctor's order. She goes, I'll get one. Yeah, it was bad. So fentanyl for me, no bueno. Those migraines, you were on their schedule. That's exactly right. Oh, I absolutely despise the migraines that I end up puking because I hate puking. Ugh. Okay. Yes. Go back to bed, lay down, and That's okay. I'm here pretty much every Monday. But I hope you feel better, darling. I really do. I hope you feel lots better. Soon, soon, soon. All right. My gallbladder was the size of a small marble bag closed fist. I loved my morphine drip for about 3 days, then asked for it to be taken away. Yeah, see, and um I'm not a fan of the morphine, frankly. I usually get migraines in the middle of the night sleeping. Really? Oh my goodness. I experienced the puke a few times. Always felt a little better after. Oh, see, I don't. In fact, I feel worse when I throw up because what happens is it makes my head throb even worse. That's why. That's the biggest reason why I hate to throw up with a migraine. Now, in general, I hate to throw up. I make this joke, and I always say this, I would rather crap myself to, my intestinal tract out versus throw up. Because every time I throw up, it goes through my nose. I know, TMI, right? TMI. Yeah, I don't if I do wake up from a migraine, I will I'm usually able, because my meds are right there on my nightstand, I'm able to take my meds and usually go back to sleep. So it does hurt, and honestly, it just hurts in general. I think to throw up, because I don't know, like I throw up with my whole body. It's crazy. Like I must get into it. My body says, no, get it out, and I'm like heaving. I hate it. Happened more when I was younger. So yeah, migraines are really frequent in especially young to mid teenage years, and the reason is because of the hormone levels. Most kids that have migraines, it's due to their hormones, and then women, especially even as they get older, um, migraines are pretty common. Also due to hormones. So I know there are a few people I know that their migraines got worse while they were pregnant, and then after they were pregnant and done having kids, they haven't had them. So it was always a hormonal thing for them. Now, for me, mine is caused from an actual physical brain injury and not hormone related. Of course, I do get. Don't get me wrong. I will get a migraine. That's you know, it's different. I get different levels. Okay, I get different levels of migraines. I do get hormonal migraines, but they are so different in comparison to what I normally have with because of the brain injury. So it is not normal, although I have a migraine wake you when you are sleeping. No, it's not typically normal to have a migraine wake you up. No, but for me, it's not uncommon. I don't have a lot of them though, at least in my sleep. I usually will go to bed with a migraine, and then it might get worse through the night and wake me up. But it's not out of the ordinary for me, but it is out of, it's not something that happens all of the time for me either. So um, I am not sure if, so if you're getting a migraine and it is waking you up out of a deep sleep, have you had sleep studies done? Um, Sleep apnea may be a cause. Hi, Donnell. How are you, honey? Sleep apnea uh, can be a big cause. Can be. Um, if you are, namely a woman, hormonal changes can do that. I was a nurse for 10 years. Yeah. I was a nurse for about 10 years, I think. Trying to think of when I graduated with my LPN. I can't remember if it was 2005 or 2007. I don't remember when I graduated from my LPN. So when I very first became an actual licensed nurse. I'm trying to think. I can't remember. But yeah, about right around the 10-year mark. And I was a paramedic for about 6 of those years. Because for the last few years of being, while I was nursing, I wasn't working as a paramedic. So, and then, but I have worked in healthcare since I was 16. So I started off actually working as a certified nurse's aide. And yeah, it was the bug. It got me. So I have sleep apnea. We're trying to get into the pain clinic in Cedar Rapids. Oh, yes. Yep. So if you do have sleep apnea, that could be a cause of your, if you do get a migraine in the middle of the night. Because the problem with sleep apnea is depending on how long your apnea is for, how long you quit breathing for, and how often. See, I have a CPAP. Mine is nasal though, which is good because I'm claustrophobic and I couldn't tolerate the full mask. But some of them, some will have a BiPAP, some will have a CPAP. It all kind of depends on the type of sleep apnea you have, how severe the sleep apnea is. But I mean, it's depriving your brain of oxygen. You quit breathing and you're not taking in the air, so you're not taking in the carbon dioxide and the oxygen both, and your lungs are not exchanging that like they're supposed to. So it deprives your body, and including your brain, of the oxygen that it needs, which in turn can cause your neurons not to fire appropriately. So that's what I have learned. I am not a doctor. I don't pretend to be a doctor. So I don't want to get nailed for that, but I do know a lot about the medical field. Have you ever seen many Crohn's or autoimmune patients? Yes, I actually am an autoimmune patient because I have fibromyalgia. However, my half brother has Crohn's as well. And because of all of the digestive issues that I was having, that I still have, I actually went through GI specialists and whatnot, and I don't have Crohn's and I don't have celiac. But for whatever reason, I have a lot of those symptoms. So, yeah, everything upsets my stomach and my intestinal tract. So, I do have delayed gastric emptying. So, that has been an issue. And I was diagnosed with irritable bowel. Actually, IBD, which is irritable bowel disease or disorder. I did have IBC with constipation. So, yeah, I'm back and forth. This is the weirdest conversation. I'm so sorry, you guys. Way more than you probably wanted to know. But yes, I have had several. I've had a lot of experience with autoimmune and Crohn's. Now, I don't have a lot of experience with like Hashimoto's or, you know, a lot of the thyroid um, disorders, autoimmune disorders, but there are a lot that I've worked with. So hold my breath up to 2 minutes at a time and about 2 to 3 apneas per hour. I have the nasal pillow. I can't do the mask. Yeah, see, I have the nasal too. But they may have to switch you if you are actually not breathing for up to 2 minutes at a time and that often per hour. They're gonna have to do something different, girly, because um, yeah, that would be a good reason as to why you would wake up in the middle of the night with an excruciating migraine. That's a long time to be. That is a very long time to be without breath and oxygen exchange. So, wow. I just got a new CPAP about 6 months ago. So is that working for you, or because I really kind of wonder. I mean, if you're having migraines in the middle of the night like that, is that really working for you? Do they need to reevaluate and give you something different? I would think so, because I mean, if you're still doing that and you're still waking up and then you're actually waking up with the migraines, I would say they're going to have to reevaluate that. Maybe doing a new, may have to have a new sleep study done. I don't feel it is. That is why my doctor is getting me into the pain clinic. So you have chronic pain issues too, correct? Because that absolutely can be a cause. And you know, your chronic pain can be also tied to your sleep apnea. So, it could very well be. It is not without the realm of possibility. It is so funny how the human body works. It is such an amazing, amazing machine. Um, but when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. So the human body is amazing. Um, it really knows no bounds on healing. So that's fine, Buggy. I'm going to have to get off of here soon anyway. I love you too. I'll see you tonight when you get home. So yeah, I think getting into the pain clinic and getting chronic pain issues taken care of would be a big help for you. Have you ever looked into Eastern medicine for help? Oh yes, absolutely. I am a firm believer in all kinds of different methods. I believe that healing can be done naturally through foods and um, through diet, through exercise, through things such as Reiki and just meditating, yoga, that kind of stuff. I think all of those things. Sometimes Eastern medicine and natural or herbal medicines, you have to be very careful with that too. So the Eastern medicine approach, Tina, the Eastern medicine approach is actually more, it is more about using, medicine from the earth and medicines within yourself to heal yourself. So a lot of meditation, a lot of things like yoga. Meditation is a big thing. Realigning your chakras will help hugely. It will help you. I firmly believe that. If you can get into and have a Reiki session done, get in and see a Reiki master. It's fantastic. It's fantastic healing because honestly, I feel like if you can heal yourself from the inside out, you're going to be a lot better off. Um, but Eastern medicine is not really very fondly looked at. I can make a great batch of liniment used by Kung Fu monks. I will have it ready for you in 6 months. Ooh, that would be awesome. I'm willing to try it. I am absolutely willing to try anything for pain. Chronic pain sucks big time. Having fibro, this is why they think, okay, so I could have other underlying issues, but because of the insurances that I've had in the past, I haven't been able to get properly diagnosed with things. Also, though, getting a proper diagnosis can be a terminal thing and not something that I necessarily want to be roped with. Because on paper, it doesn't look good. So there is there is reason to believe that I have a form of relapsing remitting MS due to the symptoms that I have. I've not been formally diagnosed with that, and the reason for that is because at the time I saw an actual the only MS specialist in my area, and I think in the state actually. And he actually told me, because they wouldn't, the insurance that I had at the time, they wouldn't actually pay for a spinal tap or an MRI with contrast. And he said, I am not going to rope you with that diagnosis because that will be really bad for you down the road. He said, however, if I had to bet my license on it, I would say yes. So, and he says you may, like right now, you're having really bad symptoms and you're having a relapse, you're having a lapse in your health. But he said, who knows? You can go, maybe in a week you feel better. You may not have another relapse it may remit itself for, a few years even. He says it's so hard to, without having those definitive tests, it is so hard to say, yes, this is what you have. And I do not want to rope you with that diagnosis because that is a, what do you call it? I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what he called it, but yeah. Essentially, he didn't want to put that on me because it's ultimately a death sentence, especially when it comes to insurance. So, in true prepper style, I am experimenting with medicinals I can grow myself, the legal ones. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, you should. I'm planning my herb garden next year on a medicinal herb book I got. Oh, yay! Yay, yay, yay! So, yep, that's my so my homestead and my growing stuff is about to take a drastic right hook. A right turn. Right turn, Clyde. Because I'm really, really thinking about changing the direction and the way I think about my food growing and processing and all of that stuff. So I'm really big into herbs, especially medicinals. I love that stuff. It is extremely fascinating to know that there are so many herbs out there that are just, I mean, they may not be the be all end all either, to modern medicine, but they certainly are, they're better for you. So, a friend of mine gave me this book. And here's the problem, though. Look at the print in this bad boy. It's super small. And it's funny because I opened this right up to Food as Medicine, an Eastern Approach. So, but yeah, there's things in here. There's herb vinegars, recipes, all kinds of stuff. There's breads. So the Food as Medicine, a Western approach, is a little different. So, but they have things in here like lavender wine, sweet chestnuts, fennel seeds, all those things. Like, it's just, this, it's taking me a while to read through this because the print is so small, and I have very good sight. Like, I have really, really good eyesight, except for my left eye is starting to get bad, as I've aged since my brain injury. So I have a few books, and I ordered lots of seeds based on those. Unfortunately, I was not successful in growing many of them. May 2021 be a better year. Absolutely. Agreed. Where are you going to put the large containers for Tony's shop? Okay, so the containers, now Deb knows what I'm talking about because she's been here. So you know where our garage is, and that open area there on the west side. In fact, my lilac bushes are planted in a row there. There is enough room that they will be able to get the trailer backed in with the containers in there, and we're going to put two 8x40, they're 8x40 containers together, and then a crew is going to come in, and they're going to cut out sections as doorways, and then welding them they are welding the two containers together. So they're going to be in the west, on the west plot. I don't really know how to explain it. It's not huge, but it's big enough. It's plenty big enough for both of those containers. And so there was a big push anyway to get these done because, and what they were thinking about doing was doing a container and a shed. And then this morning, Tony went out to the garage to go to his shop. And so we have this really huge, I mean, this thing is humongous around. Okay. And this tree is probably 150, 200 years. I mean, this thing has got to be 100 years old anyway. Well, it's splitting. It split some more. We had really strong winds on Saturday, I think it was. Or maybe was it yesterday? I don't remember. My days are all mixed up. It might have been yesterday. Anyway, we have really heavy winds, and it ended up splitting the tree even more. Well, the way it's splitting, the one side is going to fall over on top of our garage, on top of the shed, or the shop. We don't park our cars in there because it's not big enough, and it's a whole other thing. There you go. Yeah, Tina. It was Sunday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Hi, Patty. How are you, honey? I haven't seen you in forever. So anyway, the tree being an imminent danger to the shop and to the progression of Middle of Nowhere Studio has prompted the container to go to 2 containers and no shed, because the 2 containers will be here in 7 to 10 days. So hopefully within about 2.5 to 3 weeks, it should be up and running. The shop should be up and running. So I miss you terribly. Oh my gosh, Patty. We miss you guys so much. So I've known Patty for, oh my God, how many years now, girly? So many years now. It seems like forever. Patty is an amazing and talented artist, beautiful redhead. And her partner in crime, Dean, is a very good friend of ours. He's a fellow artist as well. So we met them doing the art circuit. So, and they have been fabulous friends. We were fast friends, and we've been very good friends ever since. So 2014, that's right. Yep, Masters of the Universe show. So they did an art show that the theme was Masters of the Universe, and I don't remember what Tony painted, but it was airbrush. And another friend of ours that we met that same night, Lena, she did. Okay, Catra is my favorite He-Man and the Masters of the Universe character. I love Catra. She did She-Ra, she did Catra, and there was one other one she did, and I went gaga over Catra. I freaking love Catra. So that's right. Oh, that's right. He did do the Skeletor, the big Skeletor. Oh my God, Patty, I'm glad you remember that. Oh, that's right. You did. She bought, so yeah, she did kind of a steampunk type or steampunk style She-Ra. And I forgot you bought that. Oh my gosh, Patty. That is too funny. And Tony just, I don't know, not too terribly long after that, Tony, Dean commissioned a portrait and from Tony, and so he did a portrait of Patty. And I think that's hanging in your art room, isn't it? Your little office art room. Yep, and the White Walker. That's right, the White Walker. That is so funny. Oh my God, we have not been to your place in so long. I miss. I was telling Tony actually like a week ago, because another fellow artist friend of ours, Nikki. I miss her so much. She's a witchy friend of mine too. She's very witchy. So is Miss Patty. um, so yes, Dean, I know, right? So I was talking to Tony like about a week ago, and I'm like, we have not seen the old gang in so long. Like, I miss seeing Nikki and Patty and Dean and and Lena and everybody. Like, I miss you guys so much, and we just never are able to get to Des Moines to see everyone. But hopefully that'll be changing. Because hopefully we'll be getting the Suburban back here in the next week or so. I'm hoping. That thing has been the bane of my existence. I'm telling you, girl. But anyway, so yes, we have. It's funny. Like this is our family is really eclectic. Like, I'm so into the homesteading thing and growing my own medicine and growing my own food and blah 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 blah. But there's this other side of us that, of me especially, is I'm not artistic in the sense where I can sit down and draw something or airbrush something or paint something even. I am really good with color schemes. I'm and I'm crafty. I'm super like I'm crafty. I'm just not artistic in the traditional sense of a, a pen and pencil or paint. But I'm very crafty. So that I do have a very artistic side to me, but Tony's the real artist. So it's funny because we have all kinds of different yeah, we have so many a wide range of um a wide range of friends. We are very eclectic in our friends. Oh, Tina, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Yes, please, please, please go to bed, feel better, and yes, tomorrow. Please, 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 everybody, do if you have not voted, please do your part and vote. I don't care who you vote for. It doesn't matter. But you can't complain about who gets elected in any of whether it's the House, the Senate, or the president. It doesn't matter. If you don't vote and make your voice and choice known, you don't have the right to complain. This is the way I look at it. Yeah. Well, I don't know about drawing a cute witch, but I tried. Derek and I voted today. Dean will be going out after he gets off work. Yay! So, hi, Adrian. How are you? Yeah. So we are going in the morning to vote because Victoria she's off in the morning, and I don't know. I'm hoping that Connor is off long enough in the morning that he can get down there to vote too. Oh, hiccup. Sorry. You're full. Yes. I feel like I smell a pizza cooking. I don't frozen pizza. My art comes out in my cooking and the zombie dolls and my short stories. Yes. Um, I honestly, I should probably get back into writing. Um, I was a pretty prolific writer. I did really well. Um, but yes, each of us is absolutely different. Absolutely. Um, I have I have such an eclectic array of friends. It's awesome because we're not all the same. We all have varying opinions. And for the most part, we're all pretty. I think we're all kind of on the same page, opinion wise, in the sense that we are all just we have this whole mindset: be kind, don't be a jerk, help your fellow person, help your fellow human when you can, if you can, that kind of stuff. And I think that is like the most common ground that I have with absolutely everyone. Um, so yeah. Anywho, uh, I don't think that, and I will say that I think mostly for me especially, I am pretty much all out who I am. Like I don't really try to hide a whole lot. I try to be tactful to some degree and and I may not say something or something like that. But I don't if I've got a beef with you, you're going to know it. Like it just kind of it depends on what it is too. But if you've got something that is really um I don't know, it really makes me feel bad, you're going to know it. I'm going to tell you. So, yes, we are. Dean and I are big balls of sunshine. Life is too short to have boring friends or bad coffee. Agreed. I have good coffee. It's my little nursey cup. I also have a cup that says, nurses, we can't fix stupid, but we can sedate it. So true. So, so true. You're craving chocolate milk. Magnesium. Are you low on magnesium or zinc maybe? I'm trying to think of all the things that are in chocolate that really why people. Okay, so usually when somebody gets a craving, if they have an actual real craving for something, it's because they're missing something in their diet, like they're low on something. So like for me, when my iron levels are really low, I am chomping on ice. Like I crave ice big time. Um, if I'm low on D3 or zinc or magnesium, I crave chocolate and cashews and almonds. So has to be chocolate milk. I don't know. Well, thank you, Patty, for the nice. Yes, it's a nice cup, isn't it? I do have a favorite coffee. I really do. Um, Actually, I have three favorite coffees. I am I very much like dark roast coffee. Medium roast, kind of, yeah, like I'll drink it if I have to. If it's a breakfast blend or a light blend, I'm not going to touch it. I don't know what it is about the bitterness, the flavor of dark roast coffee, but it's got to be dark roast coffee. I love Starbucks whole bean coffee. I usually buy French roast, Italian roast, or Sumatra. Those are the three darkest roasts I think they make. I also am a fan of the Death Wish coffee, which I actually grind that. I use that. I've been using that in my to grind up for my French press, and I am really digging on French press. Okay, like I don't know what it is about French press coffee. It is so amazing. Like I'm addicted to it now. Making my it takes longer to make a cup of coffee. Like I it really does, but I just love the flavor that gets brought out in a French from the French press. I love it. I love espresso roast as well. Um, I also like Black Rifle Coffee Company, and so both Death Wish and Black Rifle are they're smaller, obviously smaller companies, and I like Black Rifle. Not only do I like their coffee, but I like the fact that they are veteran owned and they support vets, and I am all about supporting my military. So, but not just chocolate has to be chocolate milk. And sadly, Hershey's chocolate syrup made chocolate milk. I have to figure out how to make chocolate syrup. Oh, Adrian, I love you. I can't even tell you. I love you so much. Have you ever eaten chocolate covered coffee beans? Oh, yes. Yes, I have. I like them. They are so amazing. So my favorite flavors just in general are pumpkin, chocolate, and coffee. What's really funny is I don't care for pumpkin flavored ice cream. I don't care for coffee flavored ice cream. I don't know what it is. And my coffee has to be hot. I don't like coffee drinks, like cold coffee drinks, iced coffees. Nope, won't. I don't like them. Um, I don't know if it's just a mindset that I've had my entire life that coffee has to be warm. I don't know if that's the case, but yes. But yes, I do love chocolate covered coffee beans. They are fantastic. I like the coffee stops that give them. I never actually thought about buying them. It never ever occurred to me. My God, though, do you have Umpqua? Umpqua brand ice cream there? No, I've never heard of it. I think you might be right. It could be a Pacific Northwest thing because I've never heard of it. Of course, I'm not like an ice cream connoisseur either. But you love pumpkin rolls and coffee. Yes, ma'am. Or sir. I don't know if I'm talking to Chris or Morella. But yes. Coffee is life. I agree, J-Love. I agree, Jess. But it has to be hot. Yep. Can't stand coffee ice cream. Nope. I like chocolate covered coffee beans though. Yeah, see? We must be from the same pea pod. Look for it because their espresso madness ice cream is my constant obsession. Really? All right. I will try it. If I can find it, I will try it just for you, Adrian. My coffee roaster makes some espresso that he calls strong slap your mom in the face roast. I will try to get you some. Okay. Yeah. So the stuff that you gave me, I can't even remember the name of the brand. I didn't care. It wasn't bad, but it was a medium roast and I didn't care for it so much. I like the bitter coffee, the bitter dark coffee. I really, really do. Then why are you so far away? I need my other pee. I don't know. I really don't. But I'm hoping, okay, so I am hoping, Jess, that next spring, after I get everything in the ground, I'm hoping that we're going to have the Airstream road ready as well, and we're just going to haul it with the Suburban. We're going to haul buns out east. So fingers crossed that I win the lottery or come into a lot of money so that I can, get everything done that I need to get done. I love breakfast blend. And I'm not a fan of breakfast blend. It's too light. It doesn't have enough coffee flavor and it's not bitter. I don't know. Maybe I need the bitterness to go with my bitter soul. I like them too, but don't like the dark stuff. Tap dancer, that's yes. I didn't mind the coffee. I didn't. But it wasn't the right roast for me. So Buckmaster Coffee out of Hillsboro, Oregon, and everyone who has had it loves it, but we make it stronger. So Buckmaster Coffee, I'll have to look that up. In fact, let me write that down so I can look it up. Is it something that maybe I can order online? Yes, whole bean. Yes, I like grinding my own coffee. I am all for whole bean. So the thing I don't like about like Black Rifle is that for a pound of coffee, it's $23, $22, something like that. Death Wish coffee for a pound of whole bean coffee is like 20 to 22, depending on where you get it. My French roast, Starbucks French roast, I can get at Costco whole bean for about $18 or $19 for 2 pounds. They sell it at a store that is only in Oregon. Well, I'll look it up and see. If I can find it. You would love some good Cuban coffee. A cup of coffee equals a thimble cup. Yeah. The darker and more bitter, the better. I don't know why. I think that's probably why I like Starbucks so much. Okay, so I am a nut for Starbucks pumpkin spice lattes. Okay, first of all, I'm getting bitter espresso and I get 4 shots. I always order a quad venti 7 pump pumpkin spice latte, non-fat with whip. I and I only order it with non-fat milk because it will upset my stomach if I drink that much 2% or whole milk in my latte. Okay, so disclaimer there. Um, it's not to avoid calories at all because I don't even care. But it's 7 pumps of their pumpkin sauce, which I freaking adore. My number one favorite flavor is pumpkin spice. And yes, I know that like pumpkin pie, all that stuff, it's squash. It's a mixture of squash. It's not even really just straight pumpkin, but I do like straight pumpkin puree as well. Um, and I get 4 shots of espresso, which is super dark and bitter. So, two of my favorite flavors on the planet. And then those jerks take it away from me every single year. And I can't have it for about 6 months out of 5 to 6 months out of the year. I'm the cheapest woman in the world. Just ask my kids. I drink Maxwell House. Oh, Jess, I'm telling you, I'm gonna turn you on to good coffee. um, so a cousin of ours, she lives not too far from us, and we go and sit and drink coffee with her. I have to make sure that I've had my fill of coffee, or because she doesn't always order. She has Keurigs, or she has a Keurig and she does the K cups, but she orders like she'll get like from Amazon. She'll get like the Green Mountain Coffee Company or whatever. And I always have to find her darkest roast because she will also do Folgers and that kind of stuff. And I cannot do Folgers. I can't do Maxwell House. I can't do any of that stuff. It upsets my stomach. It like physically rips my stomach. Like it hurts to drink it. I don't know why. And I walk away with nausea and pain every time I drink that stuff. And I don't know why. And I hate to do that because she's graciously giving us coffee and conversation, and I drink it. But yeah, I end up, and I love being over there conversing with her because she's one of my favorite people. So, but yeah, and I don't know why the bitter coffee doesn't do that to me. Like to have the really deep dark roast doesn't do that to me, but something like Folgers or Butternut or Maxwell House or something like that does. It is the strangest thing. I'm weird though. If you've ever seen the movie The Craft, where they get off the bus and the bus driver says, "Be careful of the weirdos," and she looks at him and says, "We are the weirdos, mister." That is so me. That is me. Chocolate syrup recipes. Well, 85.3 calorie recipe or 127 calorie. Better go with the 127. Yes. Enjoy it. My homegrown pumpkin pie is divine. Yes. Oh, I'll bet it is. Bring your own K-cups. Yeah. I can. And I occasionally, if I know that we're going there and not just stopping on a whim, I will occasionally bring them. And I take my own creamer because I get Coffee Mate pumpkin spice creamer. It's the best one if I can't have Star Crack. 8 o'clock coffee is the happy middle. Oh, you know what? I see that sold in our local grocery stores, but I just don't even I don't think I've ever had 8 o'clock coffee. Store them in the cart. Yeah, actually. So what I need to do is make a going out bag and have my creamer and my K-cups and all of that stuff. I'm a similar way. I bring my creamer and honey. Yes, yes. No, I don't actually like fermented foods. It's funny because Deb, I love you. Deb brought me kimchi and some. What else did you bring me that was fermented? And I'm just like, I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan, and I don't know why. Now I don't like sauerkraut. I think that stuff is disgusting. I don't know why. Um, but yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of fermented stuff. I really am not. However, I have done that whole taking a shot of apple cider vinegar every single day. I tried that for I think I did that for about a month or 2 months. I think 2 months I did that for. And I noticed that it was just, I didn't really, first of all, I didn't like it. But secondly, after about week 3, my stomach actually started to hurt when I would take, like it would hurt, like I would have acid reflux kind of stuff. I didn't like it. My Sean is all about the star crack. Yes, I know, because Sean, I swear, Sean is my boy. I was a werewolf in high school, and my best friend was a vampire. We loved Dark Shadows. Yes. My mom loved Barnabas, Dark Shadows. Um, Looking to watch it now, like she had it. She went and bought it on. She bought the whole series on VHS. Okay, so that's how old this was. VHS. Um, she had bought it on VHS, and I would sit and watch it with her. And I'm just going, mother, really? This is such bad acting. Fermented vegetable to try. Not everybody likes it. Nope. Nope. Carrots, cauliflower, and cucumber. Okay. Yeah, I can remember. It was fermented vegetables. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the fermented flavor. I just don't know why. It is very campy. Yes, it is very campy. Dark Shadows is very campy. My parents watched Dark Shadows. Yeah, my mom did too. She was a fan of Barnabas. She just loved Barnabas, the vampire. So I never really got into it. The closest thing I really got into. Oh, and did you see the remake with Johnny Depp of Dark Shadows? Like, uh, no. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's an old movie too. It's a fairly old movie, at least in my realm. um, yes, it was a terrible remake. Yes, it was. It really was. Um, what was that one? I can't remember. I cannot remember the movie that they made. It was a musical. It was Johnny Depp, and he was a barber, and he was murdering and whatnot. And what the hell? What the hell was that name? That movie? Sweeney Todd. Thank you, Jess. Yeah, wasn't a fan of that either. And I like Johnny Depp. I also am a fan of. I can see her face, and I can't. She played the Queen of Hearts. She was married to um, Tim Burton. I can't remember her name. Helena Bonham Carter. That's who it was. I love her. She's amazing, and she was good. She was okay in Sweeney Todd, but I don't know. Yep, Helena Bonham Carter. Yes. You ever seen What We Do in the Shadows? That is quality entertainment. I have not. Are you being sarcastic? Quality entertainment, or I'm gonna have to look that one up too. You seriously are working on the chocolate syrup. Oh my god, Adrian, I love you. The movie and the show. I have never heard. I've never heard of What We Do in the Shadows. Um, I'm gonna have to look that up. So of course I'm writing it down. Oh, good. Well, Adrian, you know what you should do if it turns out good and you you like it, do a video on it and share it. Do a recipe video. I actually think I'm going to end up doing a lot more of those kinds of videos probably through the winter because there's not really a lot to do, um, like in the garden or anything. So you thought about it halfway through, yeah, yeah, it's a good winter vid. And that's kind of why I think doing the crafting videos and stuff, the crafting and the cooking and baking and whatever. I think those videos are good to do through the winter. So, oh yes, yes, beginning bee videos. Hi, Jan. Yep, still here. Almost 2.5 hours later. We've just been yapping about silly stuff. Drinking my coffee. Sherry asked me, no Captain Morgan tonight. I'm like, no, not tonight. What are you up to, Jan? Oh, are you in Texas yet? Did you go down to your daughters? I have well, I see I have missed messages on Marco. So you may have sent a message on there. I don't know. I've got this really weird um symbol on my phone too, and I can't figure out exactly what it is. It's just super weird. But anywho, um, that's right. Coffee is life. Oh, you're still in Arkansas? Okay. So if you guys go and check out our Serenity Homestead, Jan caught the biggest rainbow trout that she's ever caught. Of course, that's on your personal page, though, isn't it? So anyway, she caught this huge rainbow trout, and I'm super excited for her. I won't eat it, but it's awesome for her. This is supposed to be a Hershey's chocolate syrup copycat recipe. I haven't had it in so long, I'll probably not know the difference. Yep, same old chatting. I know we don't really accomplish a whole lot. Like we're not. My live chats are I don't know. We're not accomplishing world peace. Yes, you may shamelessly plug. Absolutely, girlfriend. I hired a plumber for Texas. Not sure when I will go. Oh, okay. Trout gives you good dreams. My. Did you seriously catch a bigger one than that? Oh my gosh. Jan is my spirit animal. She is. I swear, I don't think there's anything you can't do, Jan. See, built everything in the cabin. Built a big back deck. A chicken coop and run. An outdoor shower. You've done all the electrical, all the plumbing. Let's see here. What else haven't you done? Only 2 subs until 700. Oh, awesome. Only 2. My newest video is about how my bantam chicken hatched bitty quail. Aww. Yes, absolutely. So if you guys aren't subbed to or haven't checked out Adrian's channel, Farmstead Smith, please do so because she has got some amazing stuff on there, especially about the beekeeping, and she's been doing the shorts. So, and how is that going for you? Because honestly, like I'm super hesitant to even do that because I don't on the whole shorts thing. Like I don't really know. The one I caught yesterday was 22.5 inches long and 5 pounds, 12 ounces. Holy cow, woman. That is amazing. I've only posted one video in the last 2 months. Don't bother. Whatever, Jess. Jess has got some really good content. She's super knowledgeable about seeds and seed saving and all kinds of stuff. So I disagree with you. I absolutely disagree with you, Jess. You have a wonderful channel. I can't sustain long-term relationships or balance a checkbook to a penny. Well, I can sustain a long-term relationship, but balancing a checkbook to a penny, I'm just no good at. I always spend more than I have. I think that's why I don't use checks. I think it's going well. Have you watched my video on how to grow your homestead channel with shorts? It shows some of my stats. I have not. And I'm going to be, and that's total full disclosure here. I'm going to be honest. I haven't really been on YouTube. I just really haven't had a lot of time. So, and then when I do, so I watch a lot of YouTube to relax when I'm in my bathtub. Oh, I am not, well, okay, I always say I'm not everyone's bag of poo. I have 2 ex-husbands. Well, that's because you do more than they do. That's just too funny. Yeah, Jan is like, she is everything all rolled into one ball of fun. Let me just say, you want to know how to do something. Jan probably knows how to do it, so just talk to her. It's kind of like that whole hashtag Rose knows, Rose from Wholesome Roots. Rose knows everything. I mean, if it's botanical or the woman is freaking amazing. I love her. She's a very dear friend of mine. But anyway, so Jan is my spirit animal. She's my spirit woman. Yes, you can absolutely link it if you want, Adrian. That I don't have any problem with that. Checkbook is to not have any money in the account. Makes balancing much easier. That is true. Well, hello, Bandana Grandma. How are you, honey? I hope you are having a lovely evening. Hello, Kathleen. Must be us, Rose's middle name is Rose. It must be. It must be. I'm a quart low. My eyes are not brown. Yeah. But actually, so I put on this, I actually have my makeup in here. So anyway, I put on this, this jade color right here, eyeshadow, and then I covered it with the cruise, so it has more blue in it, because when I put the jade on, my blue eyes were actually green. They turned green. My eyes change color when, depends on my mood. It depends on what I wear, the colors I wear. Yeah. And when I wear black, my blue eyes really pop out. But yeah, I put on green eyeshadow. I'm like, green eyes. I'm not too fond of my eyes being green. So my youngest daughter's name is Rose. Aw. Have you ever done wild foraging? I have not done a lot of it. No. It is something I would love to learn how to do, because I think there are so many beneficial things. I just haven't really done a lot. Now, I did do some when I was a younger kid with my pop. We would go down to what we called the rock cut. So basically, it was where the river came through and cut out all the rocks, and we would go down and we would skip slate across the water. So, and that water, that at the end of that body of water actually flowed into what is Lewis Lake, or actually Cold Springs State Park in Lewis, Iowa. So anyway, we would do a lot out in the timber out there. We would, I never really retained a lot on the whole mushroom thing, but my pop loved to get mushrooms, and he would, he would show me like, okay, so this is purslane. This is good for salads. This is good. This has really high vitamin C or high whatever, that kind of stuff. But I really didn't retain a lot of that. I really didn't know what I was doing. I was just cool with being out in nature and picking stuff. So I would love to start wild foraging, because I think it would be very beneficial. And I'd love to teach my grandson how to wild forage. I've been getting amazing feedback. People are enjoying Stuart and learning about shorts. I love Stuart. He's so sweet. It means they're hazel, not blue. Actually, my blue eyes do change, and they are actually blue. They are blue they are blue most of the time. They change color if I put more green on, my eyes turn a little more green, a little more hazel. If I'm wearing any other color, they stay pretty blue. So yeah, I've never had green eyes. I love my blue eyes. So how long are you going fishing for this time? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I think it's surprising actually how many people's eyes change color. And it's not that they're drastic changes. They're usually pretty I don't know, pretty gradient, pretty what is the word I'm looking for? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's very subtle. The change in color is usually very subtle. So my eyes were blue till I hit puberty. Then they were hazel for a few years and then settled on green. Green is one of, I think it's the most rare eye color. I think it is. I think green is. And blue is the second. I can't remember though. I would have to look that up, but we had a slab leak in the Texas house. Not going to be a fishing trip. Well, I may sneak one in there. Yeah, you're gonna sneak fishing in there, Jan. I know you will. I know you will. You absolutely will sneak some sort of fishing trip in there, whether it be, a 20-minute trip or a 2-hour trip. Susan's eyes are hazel. Sometimes they go green. If they do go green, run. Yeah. See, if my eyes change, if I'm sick, my eyes are either a very vibrant blue or they're gray. And if I like, they're so pale blue that they look gray. If I'm angry and my eyes are gray, you are in deep trouble. It's not going to be pretty. So I don't usually change a lot of shades. It's just once in a while they'll go kind of greenish, kind of hazel, or gray. My oldest daughter has blue eyes. Unless she's upset and crying, they turn a really pretty minty light green. Yeah, that's actually pretty common. I may sneak in a hog hunting night while in Texas too. We shall see. Ooh, sounds like fun. So you called a plumber to fix that, and so are they coming this week to fix that, or what is the deal, Jan? That leak. Did you follow my kitty rescue story last week on Facebook? I don't remember, because again, I've been really bad with social media. I have not really been on Facebook. I've posted a few times. I've posted a few things. I wish people like happy birthdays, but I really haven't like perused a lot of Facebook or Instagram, um, or Twitter. And I really haven't watched religiously like I usually do, with YouTube, and I haven't done that in months, honestly. And it's only because there's just so many things going on in my life. And I am finding that on Facebook, most especially, there is so much drama, and I'm just like, no, I gotta, I just gotta scroll on by. I can't really just stop and go through and really be present in everyone's profiles, because I'm finding that it's causing me anxiety and it's causing me stress, and I don't like that. Um, some of it is because of the political stuff going on. Some of it is because of, just people and their opinions on, their opinions that are different from mine. We'll just say so. I think it would be really cool to harvest those invasive pigs. Yeah, I'm full up. Mine are very brown. True, Deb, you do have very brown eyes. LOL, that's no, no. I probably would remember. I did you see, did you see my post? I put up. Did I put it up yesterday? No, either put it up yesterday or today. It might have been yesterday. Um, and that was the last thing I put up. But it was about so okay, I am all for supporting other people in their business endeavors. I absolutely will support you the best way that I can. I may not be able to buy stuff or whatever, but I am sick of getting the um, party invites for like paparazzi jewelry and um, I think is it White Owl jewelry, Unique, Pharmacy, all those kinds of stuff, Jamboree and Pampered Chef. And I'm like, okay, if you're not a consultant for those particular things, I don't want to be a part of the party. I'm not gonna buy stuff. I can't. I am not financially in a position where I can buy a bunch of stuff that I don't really need, can't really use, really use, or won't. Um, and it's honestly a waste of money for me if I purchase those things and not ever get any use out of them. So I can't even tell you how many, just in the last month, for the entire month of October, people doing hostess parties for paparazzi. And it is driving me absolutely insane that I had to put a post up about it. And I said, I don't have any issues with supporting you if you are an actual consultant. But if you are just hosting a party to try to get people to buy stuff so you can earn free credit or gifts or whatever, I don't I don't want to be there. I'm not going to. I will support you in your endeavor as far as I wholeheartedly believe that you can sell whatever, if that's what you need to do, but I can't. I'm not going to buy a bunch of stuff. Um, I have been invited to probably 10 Pampered Chef parties in the last 3 weeks. And I'm like, no, nope, not doing it. I can't afford Pampered Chef. That stuff's expensive. Not that it's not worth it, but I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use it. I have got so much in, baking utensils and baking sheets and you know, just different baking dishes and pizza cutters and, you know, pots and pans and things like that. Like, no, I don't want any more. I don't want any more. So, um, okay, the plumber is going to try to get to it this week, but if not, it will be the first of next week. They have to pull a permit with the city, or I would fix it myself. Oh yeah, that kind of puts a little monkey wrench in things, doesn't it? The verbal story is on my last live in the first 20 minutes, I think. But the type story probably not as exciting. It's on Facebook. Okay, I will go and look. I will try and get caught up on your stuff, Adrian. I'm so sorry. You'll love it so much. Short, I live in the middle of nowhere. Kitty showed up. I fed him. Neighbor found collar. We found his owners. He had been missing since July 22nd. Aw. I caught him in a live trap and they came and got him. That's awesome. Yeah, right? Those party group invites. Again, it's not that I don't support you in your endeavors if you are an actual consultant or whatever. But, you know, one thing I did point out also is that I have been doing doTERRA for the last year. It'll be a year, I think, in November that I've been a doTERRA advocate, I guess, whatever. God, I can't remember. I've not once sold anything. So I'm just like, well, and I always get that whole, well, it's too expensive, or what am I going to use essential oils for? Well, that's what I'm here for, to be, you know, a wellness advocate. That's what it is, a wellness advocate. I'm a wellness advocate. I can tell you how to use those essentials, what they're for, why you should use them, the benefits, blah, 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 blah. But yet, I've not sold. I have not sold one vial. So, you know, it's kind of like turnabout's fair play, right? I've been trying to catch a feral kitten for 2 weeks, caught 4 of the litter already, and made it home. Aw. I get invited to like tons of pages or invited to join groups where people are selling something. Drives me nuts. Yeah. So I don't mind if you are actually, like I said, if you are a consultant for, say, 31. My cousin is consultant for 31, and she includes me in, you know, specials and things like that. I support her because that's her business, because she's a consultant. I have a friend who does, my cousin, she's a consultant for pharmacy, which is makeup. And I support her page because she's my cousin and because I believe that she, you know, she needs the support. She could use the support. I can't afford to buy the stuff, but I support her in her endeavor. But just even this morning, I got an invite to a paparazzi party, which is a jewelry company, cheap jewelry that I can't even wear. I'm highly allergic to 90% of the metals that are, if it's not sterling silver, stainless steel, or gold, I can't wear it. I will break out. Hello, Rustic Traditions. Oh, my darling, let me just say, I was talking about you earlier. So I've been on for almost 3 hours. Oh my gosh, I'm ridiculous. I was actually asking, I don't know what you said. You had a sewing machine, but you don't know how to even use it or thread it. So I was wondering if you could tell me what kind of sewing machine it is, or send me a picture of it. You can send it to me in Messenger or whatever if you want, and I can look at it. But I was thinking about doing a video on just basic sewing machine, just basic sewing, and show you how to thread like my sewing machine, and how to to spool a bobbin and things like that. And what the functions are for and that kind of stuff. I am not a seamstress by any means, but I just wondered if maybe that was something that you might be interested in. So, oh, good night, Alex. Nani loves you. I checked the trap at 1:30, no kitty, but 7 a.m. he was in it. Oh, smelling wet kitty food and a small bowl of kitty crunchies with broth. Sweet. I used quail parts. Yes. I also caught a possum. Yeah. That was pretty comical. You telling me how you were trying to open that trap. Consultant, yes, consultant meaning that you actually are selling that particular brand of stuff, that you're not just having a party and trying to get people to come and buy stuff from that particular brand so that whoever your actual hostess or consultant or whatever is makes the money, but then you're going to get, like, if you have so much in sales, you get, like, the hostess gets like X amount of dollars in towards an item, or they get X amount in free product or whatever, you know. I mean, I quit selling Avon for that reason, and a long time ago. But you know, Avon, Mary Kay, paparazzi, all of that stuff. Like, I'm not gonna, I'm just not gonna go to this. I can't afford to buy from everybody. I get tons of invites to parties from people I don't know, and they've never even said hi before trying to get me to buy stuff. Exactly. I have had so much of that, especially this year. And I know that people are trying so very hard to, you know, make some extra money in this extremely difficult year. But, you know, that being said, people can't afford to give you the money that they do make. So it's kind of hard. Got to go. Thank you for all the good entertainment. Happy wife, happy life. Yes. All right. Good night. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening, Chris and Morella. Oh, hello, Lynette. How are you, honey? Sorry, I'm getting caught up in the chat now. Again, here we are, almost 3 hours later. So how are you, Lynette? It's white. My aunt is supposed to help me figure it out. I would love a how-to. It's white. Oh, that is too funny. Chocolate syrup, really not terrible, but not amazing. Okay. I don't have actual milk, only almond milk. So it's not exactly the same, but it's working for me. Hey, if it works for you, that's all that matters. And you can always put into that video that if you like it and you want to share that recipe, you can always say you can use almond milk, or you can use coconut milk, or whatever, you know. Ooh, excuse me, I have the hiccups. She's a very good seamstress, and she was having a hard time running the thread from the top through all the doodads to the needle, but I don't have much time to sew anyway. Yeah, so it's not hard. Once you get the hang of it, once you get it down, it's really not that hard. So I'm wondering if she has a singer. She could have a brother. I don't know how old the machine is either. But yeah, so I will, maybe I'll just do a quick video of threading the machine. It's really not hard. It's so easy to do. MLM companies mostly screw over the consultants rather than help them. Some make it, most don't though. That is very true. That is very true. Yay, I'm glad that you are good. Yeah. I'm usually I try really hard not to go past about an hour and a half, but some nights I'm just on forever and a day. Just on. In fact, what was it, 3 weeks ago, Deb, that I was on until midnight our time? So I had a full 5 hours in. I used to sell Avon too, and Tupperware. Couldn't hack being a pushy salesperson. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So a Singer sewing machine is simple. Simple pimple. I can absolutely show you how to do that. It took me a little bit. Um, it took me a little bit to learn how to do all of the things that I need to do, like threading, threading the machine itself and through the needle, and then um, I for whatever reason it took me forever to learn how to thread my bobbin, which you have to have, in order to sew anything. And so I was like, I always forget how to do it because I don't do it often enough. I don't use my sewing machine enough, and I need to do. I need to. So, but I really thought that, while the seed pack sewing super simple, and I thought just put it together and put it out. People are going to watch it if they're interested. If they're not, they're not going to watch it. Whatever. It is what it is at this point with my channel. Because I really I don't have any content, Yeah, actually, I do like staying up late, but I also like getting up really early. But it just like I am the worst. I suck at sales, so I gave it up. Yeah, see, and um I am a wellness advocate for doTERRA, but it's because I truly believe in essential oils and I truly believe in the company. And I know I'm not going to be rich off of it, and but I believe in the product, and that is the only reason why I decided that I was going to be a wellness advocate for them, because I believe in the product itself, and I believe in sustainably grown, sustainably sourced, and pure essential oil. And I think the stuff, people are getting super confused, and they're buying stuff from Walmart thinking that, oh yeah, hey, a couple drops of this in my in my food is not going to bother me. It's, it'll be fine, and I can. No, that's not the case at all. And essential oils can be ingested, most of them, but you have to do it right. And so I think somebody who has extensive knowledge and background in herbs and medicines, and whether they be traditional or natural, and somebody who believes in things such as essential oils for healing, is a really good. It's a really good. You're a really good source, and those are the people that need to be teaching this stuff, not just going to Walmart buying your just willy nilly, Better Homes and Gardens, which there's nothing wrong with Better Homes and Gardens essential oils, other than they are not ingestible. So don't use them as such. Diffuser only. I was there. Girl, you are a machine, rockin' life. I love you, cat. I cheat and use the needle threader, saves a lot of time and swearing. Well, my needles, the eye of my needles for my on the sewing machine are typically big enough that I don't have any problems. But if you have eye problems, threaders are fantastic. They are savers. They really are. They are time savers. Sewing, for whatever reason, is so intimidating, but once you get the basics down, it's not so hard. It's very intimidating at first, especially if if you're sewing by a pattern. I am not good at pattern reading. I don't know how to do it well. And so the photographer that we were doing that we do the costume building for, um, he's like, he's super amazed because I can make these beautiful costumes, and I cannot I can't really read a pattern very well, and I do everything by not necessarily exact measurement. So yeah, it's so weird. I'm weird. But I'm that way with music too. I cannot read music, but um, I have perfect pitch. I did. Can't say I do that now because anyway. Um, so, well, hi, Carol. How are you, honey bunny? Does the paper rip from being sewn? I want to make tote bags from chicken feed bags. No, if you use a large enough stitch, a zigzag pattern is usually the best. It just, your chicken feed bags actually should sew really well. They should not rip. And it might actually be harder to sew them with a sewing machine. You may have to use like a denim needle for it. So I had a brother's sewing machine, just finally gave it to Susan. She sews better than me, but I do know how. Just one more skill set I have, because you do everything, Jan. Just popped on and saw you were live. I actually was watching videos how to use my machine before you made those. Aw, thanks, Carol. Yes, they super easy. So I was actually asking if people wanted to see more of those, like more ideas for seed sewing packets, for sewing seed packets, like different materials and things like that. So if they're paper, they'll probably rip with weight. Most people use the plastic feed bags to make totes. Yeah. But I would say that the feed, so like my feed bags, I'd probably have to use a denim needle on. They are that more of a plastic polyethylene type thing. I don't, they're not really, they're not paper. But so in sewing the seed packs, I will absolutely suggest that if you're going to use like crafting paper or whatever, make sure you do a double stitch, or you line the inside with something like a wax paper, or you know, even parchment paper. You need an internal liner sewn in as well, so you've got that extra layer. Otherwise, your seed could come out of the seams where it has been sewn. If you're not being penalized for not selling, then keep on keeping on, right? Well, hello, Howie. How are you? Food form is permaculture in his house. Don't use super small stitches or super large ones to help prevent tearing. Yes. All right, let me see. I'm trying to get caught up here, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, I was a consultant for Simply Aroma Essential Oils, and they're a great company, but they changed the comp plan, so I had to sell over 150 in 3 months or lose my consultant status. They changed names too. Yeah, so I don't like, in order for me to make money, I have to have so many, wellness advocates signed up under me, and sell so much in loyalty rewards and this and that and the other. I don't, but I'm a wellness advocate, but I do mine more wholesale. So, and I have one person signed up under me, and she's not even active. So yeah, essentially at this point, what I'm doing is I'm buying my own essential oils wholesale. And my idea was to build up a collection, which takes time, because some of those essential oils are super expensive, and I'm not going to lie. But if you get if you are truly getting a good essential oil, a pure essential oil, it's going to be more expensive. So I don't have a problem with paying more for quality, if that makes sense. So anyway, I don't, so I basically end up buying and stocking up. I'm trying to stock up my own essential oils collection, because I really do want to do kind of an alchemy thing where I make my own scents, perfumes, my own concoctions, I guess you could say, for various things, like whether it be for perfume or whether it be for, maybe sleep or whatever. That's kind of what I'm going for. And also to put into things like making soaps. I really want to get into cold processed soap. And then making lotions and body butters and things of that nature, you know, also natural makeup. So it's kind of because I just think that I don't know if it just fits my personality. Let's just say that. All right, let me move down here just a little bit. Be careful of that. Okay. Da, da, da. Yeah, so depending on how much seed you are trying or what size totes that you really truly are wanting to make. So the packets that I showed you of where I was using my scrapbooking paper, um, that is it's a 4 by 12 because I use my scrapbooking paper is 12 by 12. And so I measured and cut 4 inches. So it's a 4 by 12 inch strip. And I folded that in half and sewed it. That's super, super easy. I wasn't trying to get, you know, really in depth with anything and making it super fancy because most people just don't have time for that. They just want to be able to store their seed that they've saved or repackage their seed for gift giving or whatever. And that is super simple and people just really, really like it. If you are using a cute paper, people love it. So, yeah, Indiana Jones theme just popped in my head for whatever reason. I'm a little bit crazy. All right, so let's see here. Feedbacks I have are actually our paper. Oh, cool. You could still sew them. You absolutely could still sew them. I would double stitch them. Depending on what you're making. If you're making a tote out of them, you may have to put a binding of some sort on it. All right. Thank you for sharing my doTERRA link. I thought those were paper for the packets. What did I miss? Okay. The paper that I'm talking about. Okay, so Rustic Traditions was talking about using her feed bags to make totes out of and sewing totes, which would be super simple too. But that is something that because if you were going to put any weight in it, you would have to put some sort of binding on the edges, I would think. But even with a feed bag. But what I did, all I was sewing was scrapbooking paper. It's acid free, lignin free, so yeah. Let's see here. Harvest was very busy and glad it is over. Yes, I think most people are. Winterizing the house as it is going to be a cold winter according to the Farmer's Almanac. I love the Farmer's Almanac. Isn't it awesome? Yes, we've already had, let's see, for the month of October, we already had several hard freezes. So we were already, like, there were days where there was probably a week's worth where we weren't getting out even into the 30s. It was crappy. Rose oil, for example, super expensive. Yes, ylang ylang should not be cheap either. And it's not. If I were to pull up my doTERRA app, my doTERRA site, if you look at it, it's really not that cheap. I think I want to say that one is $36 maybe. The rose oil is $215 last I checked for 5 mLs, not even 15, 5. The ylang ylang was like 36 for 15 mLs. So, but okay, so rose oil is amazing. It is amazing for skin regeneration. It is just, it can be very calming for some people. It's got a lot of a lot of vitamin properties. It's very high in vitamin C and B's. So Ylang ylang is fantastic for anxiety or palpitations. I personally use a ton of lavender. Lavender seems to work the best for me, and I will mix that sometimes with jasmine um, or peppermint. So, and I use that a lot when I am down with a migraine too, because it's relaxing, and the menthol, the smell of the menthol. Another one is eucalyptus. Eucalyptus is fantastic for it's it's great for the skin, but it's also great for respiratory, and it's great for um, it's got that menthol type, and that helps with like tension headache, and it works great in an astringent for like a muscle rub or what have you. So yeah, there's lots and lots. It gives me headaches sometimes, but that could have been the product. Yeah. Well, hello, Heaven's Gates. How are you? All right. Adrian, I'm sorry I'm so far behind. If you are still here, good night, my darling. I love you. Whenever I complete the Shaban and the TARDIS, I want to get into making my own herbal remedies and such. Maybe one day. You will. You will, Jan. I have great faith in you. All right. Everybody's saying hello and goodbye. Maybe that's why it is. Maybe that is what the long dark winter is about, and not a viral thing. We actually may get below 80 this week. Oh, I know you Floridians. It's already cold up here. I'm sorry. It's already cold up here. And you're up in are you in British Columbia area, or are you in I think you're up in the British Columbia area, right, Howie? Might want to move south, you and the bro. As you get older, we're having tons of rain. Oh, yes, similar with Young Living. Rose is great with geranium for skin. Yes, geranium's fantastic for skin as well. And we also had snowfall. Yes, we did, Kathleen. We did. We had what I think. I think we like here at our house. I think I've had maybe a total of a half an inch, maybe an inch already. Yeah. I'm one of those weird people. I hate lavender. No, that's not weird at all. So many people can't handle the smell of lavender. It does give them a headache. Um, so I would say that something, well, it depends on if you can handle like flowery scents or not. So jasmine and ylang ylang are both really great for relaxation. Rose is another one. Um, neroli is good. Um, that kind of stuff. So peppermint and lemon more than lavender. Yes, peppermint and lemon smell fantastic together. Oh, 60s here in Michigan on Wednesday. Lovely. Yeah, today we did I want to say we hit high 50s, low 60s. But we had our first freezing temp last night. It got down to 31. You Southerners, I tell you. Just so much work to winterize, and heck, just taking out the trash scares me for people in winter. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. So we've, yeah, there was a week where we were, was it last week? Like yeah, we barely got out of the 20s last week, and the week before we were in the 20s all week long. So it was crazy, and we had snowfall. It was not a good week. We had a week of freezing a couple weeks ago. Not a fan. No, we had snow to make snow ice cream. Yeah. Did you try making snow ice cream? Because that'd be fun. Just lots of schooling, preserving, and seed saving going on here. Yes, yes. I talk to Jess almost on a nightly basis because she also is up late with me. She's a night owl. So we're up until, I don't know, 12 or 1 o'clock my time. So it's usually like 1 or 2 her time on Marco. And she's always, always, always. We are seed saving. Let's see, we just did tomatoes, and we moved on to, let's see, we had thyme, oregano, and mullein the other night. So yes, she does a ton of preserving. And the boys, okay, so Alex and Jeremy love their Aunt Nani. Just saying, they love me. And what's funny is that I'm like, the boys will be just rambunctious, just wild, and she's trying to give them like chamomile tea and whatnot. And they'll be up, and I'm like, boys, Aunt Nani wants you to go to bed. And then they'll usually go to bed. Of course, it'll take them still longer, a little bit longer to settle down and whatnot, but it's just kind of funny that they respond to me over Marco. If you have ADHD, you use citrus oils too for relaxing, and bergamot is great for anxiety too. Oh, I love bergamot. Cedarwood is another one. I love cedarwood. Um, let's see here. Focus. Oh my God, there's so many. Like I, if you throw one out, I can try and I could probably tell you what it's good for. So, squirrel. Yep. Here in Omaha, we get to learn how to use new trash containers and pick up starting November 30th. Timing is the worst. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh my gosh. So, why are you getting new? How are they different? Are they just bigger so that a machine can come pick them up? Or I was informed there was some snow this morning here. I told him to stop cussing in my kitchen. Very true. That is what the heck right after Thanksgiving, right? Yes, you put sweetened condensed milk in it and a few other things. Oh, cool. Johnny discovered the smoking point of time. Oh my gosh. Jess. I love Jess's kids. They are the funniest kids, I swear. They're so sweet. Yeah, at the beginning of snow season. I was so hyped last night from my huge trout catch that I didn't sleep well at all. The dogs and I are going to bed. Good night, and don't forget to vote tomorrow if you haven't already. Night. Good night, Jan. I love you. And yes, I'm going to vote in the morning. Yes, I was saying that earlier. Make sure you go vote. If you don't vote, you don't have a voice and you don't get to complain. I like your blend that DT has grounding or something like that is the name, has the oh holy and good for so much frankincense. I'm trying to think of which blend that is actually. Uh, there is one. I think it's there is a blend peaceful. There's a blend called restoration, and I'm trying to think. I can't remember the name of it. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. But yes, some of our blends are fantastic. Some of those blends are fantastic. New company, lift canisters for curbside, but that won't work on my 2-lane steep hill or my back door pickup 92-gallon wheel. Yeah, no. That's not going to be good for you, Deb, at all. Ugh. My parents live in Pennsylvania, and they have a running bet every year. One bets it will snow and stick 24 hours before Halloween, and the other one bets after. Whoever loses buys a steak dinner. Ooh, nice. So who got the steak dinner this year? Balance. That's it. That is the one. Okay. Good night, Howie. Have a wonderful evening. I haven't even done the winterizing here. It's been bad. I'm I'm super behind on everything, but I just had so many setbacks this year, and I need to quit making excuses and quit being lazy and just get stuff done. My dad wins this year. It snowed the day after Halloween. Ah! I use rosemary as a perfume sub and put it in boiling water to make the house smell fresh. Oh yes. So I like to put fresh cranberries, a cinnamon stick, and a couple of slices of the cuties mandarin oranges, and some about a teaspoon or so of clove in a pot to boil, or just simmer for a while. Otherwise, and then once it's done, it makes the house smell so fantastic. But then once that's all done, I will actually just sit it on I have a candle warmer, so you don't burn the candle. You can just, it's on the warm. I'll set it on there too, and it heats it up. So like a candle plate. It's, I love it. We have Idaho blue spruce, which is so nice, and Christmas spirit. I'm ready for. We just I just saw some today. We have a new holiday spirit is what it's called, and it has frankincense, myrrh. I think it might have some cinnamon in it, but I'm not sure. But it's got quite a blend. So I wanted my loyalty rewards order goes in on Wednesday, the 4th. So I have that in my order, and I tried to get our harvest scent, but it's sold out. And I am a freak for clove. I love the smell of clove, and it has clove in it. Clove is also fantastic if you have if you have a toothache, put some clove in a piece of cheesecloth, stick it in, and kind of don't bite it in half or anything, but kind of, chew on it just a little bit and release some of the oils in it. It's fantastic for a toothache. Rosemary and lemon are great for that. Yes. Winterizing equals wearing 3 layers of clothes and staying under the comforter all day. Done. Yes. I also make room sprays using grapefruit or cinnamon and cranberry. The orange and cinnamon are good to clear out the kitchen if I am cooking a lot of smelly stuff. Yeah, yep, that is true. Here's the thing. Cinnamon and vanilla are two that will set my sinuses on fire. Like I don't mind the smell of them, but cinnamon, and most especially, just, it will give me a headache because nobody uses cinnamon in an essential oil or a diffuser or any of that kind of stuff. Like they don't use it properly, so they put so much cinnamon scent on it that it will give me a headache. It stuffs me up, and I hate the smell of cinnamon. Like the cinnamon pine cones you can buy at during the holiday season. Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's too strong, and it will. I have a couple of witches brooms, besom brooms actually, that they're cinnamon scented, and they are too much. I have to leave them outside for a few days before I can bring them in the house, or they just overpower everything, and I end up with a stinking headache. Orange cloves and cinnamon sticks with vanilla is great too for steaming on the stove. Yes, it is. So actually, if you know the store Williams Sonoma, which I think most of you do, but it's a high-end cooking store, they actually pipe that smell through their vents during the holiday season. It's they'll do like a sugar cookie smell, or they'll do the cinnamon, clove, and orange smell, or the cranberry with cranberry too. Yeah. So mixing lavender and orange is fantastic too. Lavender can mix with so many flavors. Let me just say, I love lavender. But I will say that it's funny because like the lavender, while it does well for me, and I know it's really flowery, but I love lilac. That will actually calm me down better than lavender sometimes. So I had to give up on my equal call ER where we get the points. Yeah. So yeah, ours is LRP, Loyalty Rewards Program, through doTERRA. So well, hello, Shelly. How are you? Yep, I'm still on. 3 hours, 20 minutes in. My favorite candle smells like baking brownies. Oh, yum. It is kind of cruel. Well, hello, Going Green. How are you? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. How are you, Miss Tina? I am sensitive to cassia, and a lot of what is sold in the US is that. Yeah. Cassia is a it's a smell that is very you either like it or you don't. So patchouli is that for me. I can't I, I can't handle patchouli. That stuff gives me a raging headache. And it always reminds me of a head shop. I just it seems like every growing up, and I think even still now going into a head shop, if you go into a head shop, but I just remember growing up, all of um, my parents' pot smoking friends reeked of patchouli because they tried to cover up the smell of pot. And I can't stand that stuff. And it gives me a headache. I had one that was maple from Vermont and it just made me hungry. So I had, yeah. So I actually have one that my Grammy made, and it actually smells like baking banana bread. I'm not even kidding you. And I don't burn that very often because my Grammy's not here with me anymore, so I don't want to use it all up. I just need to make my own candles. That would, that would be that'd probably be smarter, right? Yeah, lilac is fantastic. I love lilac. Um, and lavender does give some people headaches. It really does. It's funny the sense that some of us that we're like so sensitive to for some of us. It's really kind of crazy. Apple and cinnamon are the go-to for open houses when trying to sell a house. My sister-in-law was a realtor in California, and I can't stand that smell. I can't. We actually, when we were looking, and this was many, many, many years ago, that yes, they do use that frequently. The apple and cinnamon combination. And I walked into a house one time that a realtor had an apple cinnamon candle going, and I turned around and walked out. She's like, "You haven't even looked at the house." I go, "Nope, I can't stand that smell. I am not going in the house." She's like, "Oh, okay." Oh, peony does smell fantastic. I actually have some peony essential oil that I use very sparingly. Jasmine is another one that I use very sparingly because I love it. And jasmine is expensive to buy. We used to burn blueberry muffin candles back when Mom and I would do craft shows. Our candles would fill a gym. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the blueberry muffin smell, but like in candle form. So I think also if you are using scents that are synthetic, and that makes a difference as well. I noticed that I get, and I think that's probably why I don't like patchouli, because any of the patchouli that I've ever smelled. But I will say, except for the patchouli that is in the essential oils that I have from doTERRA. But the synthetic patchouli, I think, is probably what I don't like, because the sweet patchouli, I don't mind. Um, but it will just give me a raging headache. So, um, and again, so like real cinnamon sticks, I can handle that smell and it doesn't bother me. But if it's synthetic and it's like on those pine cones that you get at the holidays, or on your besom broom, I'll get a raging headache and sinus clogging and the whole nine yards. My neighbor sold her house by cooking brownies and having them for guests to snack on. She got 4 bids in 3 hours. Oh, where's Kat? Kat, there you go. You need to bake brownies. She's trying to sell her house. Jasmine and gardenia, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of gardenia, but I do love jasmine. Yeah, it's the synthetic stuff that I can't handle it. I really can't. That's probably why I get the headaches. So I like patchouli, but most people use the synthetic and way too strong. Yep. Back then I wasn't sensitive to fragrance. I'm sensitive to certain stages of the patchouli runs. You can usually buy early, middle, and late portions from companies other than doTERRA and Young Living. Yeah, it just kind of depends. And the reason I will tell you, the reason why I am a doTERRA wellness advocate is because I like the way that they source their essential oils, they source their crops, and the way that they are distilled. I think that ecologically and ethically, fair trade, the whole 9 yards. That is the biggest thing, because I would not back a company that doesn't do that kind of stuff. I won't do it. Chocolate chip cookies and fresh bread work too. Yes. Yeah, just feed people stuff. Kat, you need to feed people stuff. Baked goods, they'll love it. It'll be done and over with. I never even thought of that. That would be really good, actually. I completely forgot about that whole, like, I knew that Williams Sonoma, and I, used that to pipe through their vents, their ducting and whatnot, at Christmas time. But I totally forgot about the whole, realtors using candles and things like that. I never ever thought that anybody, I guess, would bake goods and leave them out. I never even would have thought of something like that. I'm crazy. I know that the cancer center I work at, they're diffusing either peppermint or orange citrus smell helps from feeling. It does. Peppermint works fantastic for nausea. And just orange or lemon usually does as well. It's settling for whatever reason. I can't handle eucalyptus. It makes me sick. Yeah, see, I can just a little bit. It's got to be very light. I can't, but it's a fantastic. It's great for respiratory stuff, and honestly, it's a lot. It's not bad for the skin either. It's pretty good for the skin. Sensory is everything with selling homes. It truly is. It truly is. My kids both have issues with the mints, eucalyptus, and tea trees. Oh, that stinks. So you need to use probably a lot of the citrus stuff. Let's see. You're having, yeah, so eucalyptus and tea tree. So, like a melaleuca. Those, what I'm wondering is if, because with mints and with the eucalyptus and tea tree, those are all fantastic for respiratory. So I'm really I'm wondering if it's just too strong for them or what the deal is. Like, Had a great candle fragrance that was eucalyptus spearmint. Yeah, I wonder, is it a specific type of mint? Is it, peppermint, or is it, or the spearmint? There's so many. There's lemon mint, there's a lime mint. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. And that might actually be okay for you as well, for them as well, because lemon and lime, it still has that mint, but you get more of the citrus smell with it than you do the mint smell. Orange citrus helps get rid of that hospital odor. I used Now Gone, but more all natural body wash and lotion that was lime, that even maternity nurses love. Oh yeah, lime would be fantastic. I agree. Yeah, you do tend to pick up that hospital odor, or a nursing home odor. Just if you work in healthcare or in a healthcare facility, you walk out smelling like it. Like it's just bad. My I've actually been told that. So when I was working in long-term care, I was actually told when I came home that it's like I have to go. I need to go take a shower and get my scrubs off pretty quickly, because um, it's like I walked in with the smell of death on my skin and my clothes, because I worked in a long-term care facility, and it really kind of is true. Depending on the environment that is present in a long-term care facility, but yeah, so this kind of sucks. Does okay with my homemade thieves blends if she isn't around it. Rosemary's too strong if right next to it. Yeah, I can imagine. Eucalyptus oil for some epileptics can set them off. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I have heard that. I haven't looked into it too much, but I don't know a ton about eucalyptus. Mine is more like, most of my knowledge is all in your like um, lavenders and mints and um, that kind of stuff. So I haven't done a ton of research on eucalyptus. I just know that it's good for skin, it's good for respiratory and that kind of stuff, usually. Um, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, she probably would know that too. Terry, because she is epileptic, so pretty much any of the mints with her. DS is the wintergreens and tea trees that are stronger, takes their breath away before getting in the door. Really? Wow. Wow. That's kind of strange, honestly. It's kind of odd. I've never heard of it affecting somebody so much, like, or from such a distance, but I don't know why it wouldn't. If you're sensitive to it, you're sensitive to it. So, yeah. So like if you like in the malls, they have Spencer's Gifts, something like that, and you walk by there and like it's that synthetic patchouli, and it will set me off every time. Like, and I don't even have to go into the store. I can be outside of the store at the next store, and if I smell it, it'll set me off. It's related to or concentration of aspirin, I believe. Okay. Could be causing a bronchospasm, is behind the idea of Vicks. Oh, see. I don't know. Does Vicks use wintergreen, or do they use gosh, I can't think of it. A different menthol. I guess I don't know. I haven't looked, but I love Vicks. Vicks that stuff will clear me right up. And if I put it, I'll put it on my chest, my back, under my nose, and on the soles of my feet, and socks over that, and boom, I'll be right as rain. One reason I like Young Living, they have a wider variety of oils to find something that can work. Divana seems fine. Vicks is eucalyptus. There you go. Camphor, yep. It's a major causing bronchial spasms. I just meant the mints and you. Okay. Yeah. I've never heard of Divana or Devana or yeah, I've never heard of that company. And I got into doTERRA. I don't really know anything about Young Living. That's why. Now, I know Chrissy from Along the River Homestead. She does Young Living. Vicks eucalyptus, peppermint, and camphor. Okay. See, and I personally don't have an issue with any of those. They all work fantastic for me. So that's probably why I love Vicks so much. There's also it's not Vicks, but it's called mentholatum. So, and I think that has a lot of camphor in it. But my grandmother would use either Vicks or the mentholatum, and that was a green bottle with a white label and green writing. Vicks is the blue bottle with the either the green lid or the pink lid if you're getting for the kids. So, but I use both. But every time, like I had chronic tonsillitis as a child before I got my tonsils out at about, I think I was like 8 years old. My grandmother, anytime I would start getting tonsillitis or start feeling crappy, would be like, nope, we're not doing this. Vicks on the chest, the throat, under the nose, and put it on the bottoms of your feet, socks on. And then she's like, you shouldn't be drinking, but she'd make me drink a hot toddy. I'm not even kidding you. It wasn't very much. It was only like, little bit, but she's nope. She was a firm believer in that stuff. Sometimes the laundry and cleaner aisle in the stores will make me cough and my throat feels, oh yeah, it's just so concentrated with all of that smell. It's an oil for respiratory. doTERRA around here got really negative, so I left. Oh, how come they got so negative? What was the deal there? I'm sorry. Maybe was it the wellness advocates? Was it the higher ups, or whatever? I don't know. I've never tried to find out what causes it. I love the smell of Vicks. I do too. Bad for asthmatics. I have asthma and cannot use Vicks much because of it. Locks up my lungs. Really, because my husband's an asthmatic too, and Vicks does not bother him at all. I'll put that on his feet too. I'll make him put it on his feet, or I'll put it on his feet, his back, and his chest, and he's fine. Of course, I also don't put it on super thick, just a really thin layer. So maybe that's why it doesn't bother him so much. I got to go finish some editing. Glad you were on late. It was nice to chat while winding a ball of yarn. Aw, for knitting project tomorrow. I hope your homeschooling ventures are going well. Yes. Last week was kind of slow and weird. The week before was that. Well, the last 3 weeks have been kind of odd with the homeschooling stuff because we were traveling. And we were traveling covering a lot of miles in a short amount of time. And so it was really hard. So I really couldn't do a ton of homeschooling. But the last week, I think we got in several hours of reading and reading comprehension, handwriting and spelling. So, and a little bit of math. And this week, so tomorrow, my daughter is going to work with him on, I have a comprehensive grade 2 workbook curriculum. And so there is reading comprehension, math, spelling, and English. Yeah. There's five different subjects in there. And so I told her you have to do 2 pages from each. So she's going to do that tomorrow, and I'm going to have her she took his dinosaur book that I just bought him, and I said, pick out words um, that you want to use as vocabulary. That's going to be his sight word reading, his spelling, and all of that stuff. So she's like, oh, that's awesome. So I'll do that. So have a wonderful evening, Lynette, and I want to buy some of your yarns so bad. She does beautiful dyeing. Oh my gosh, she dyes some absolutely gorgeous colors for her yarns. Yeah, the Vicks does actually help me sleep well, way better than any NyQuil ever would. Sabotaging young living people, trash talking everybody in and out of the oil world. It was just really toxic. I joined Young Living with someone 8 hours away. Yeah. That's the thing. Like um I don't really converse with anyone in doTERRA. I really don't. I kind of do my own thing. Because I'm not about that. I'm really not in doTERRA to make a ton of money or anything like that. I'm in doTERRA because I like the oils, and I like the stance that they take, the ethics that they take as far as sourcing the product and how it's distilled, how it's made. I don't necessarily do the whole, like, I don't get in. They were wanting me to get in on doing the whole company um, business trip and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no, it's just not my thing. I'm sorry. So that's why I'm more of a wholesale. Um, I do more of the wholesaling and use the products, and I would love to have people buy from my website, but I'm seriously not in it to make a ton of money because I know I'm not going to. And I don't need to as far as that goes. I don't think that with any MLM company that it is going to be so hard to break through that ceiling to actually make a lot of money from in an MLM company. I just don't think that I don't think I can do it personally, because I'm just not that kind of a person. I don't want to push something on somebody that they don't like or they don't want. Um, I don't want people to be forced to feel that they are forced or bullied into buying a product if they don't really have any belief in it. I think that I just don't believe in that kind of an ethic. So sounds like Moon Pie is doing. Yeah, he is. It's just I'm not doing exactly what I wanted to do with him with homeschooling, but I'm trying, and so it's still new too. You're doing great. Aw, thank you. We unschooled for years, and my kids all went to college and graduated with honors. See, that's awesome, and that's what I want. I don't. They had him in special education for over half of his day, and I'm like, he doesn't need special education for what you got him in there for. What he needs more one-on-one time, and he needs more. Um, he needs to be taught differently than the way they were doing it. He's not going to sit. He's not going to sit and pay attention. He can't. He won't focus. So we have to break everything up, and we break it up into small increments. Some days I can only do 5 minutes of something at a time, and he's got to go do something else. And it's not because uh, needs special education, but he needs to be taught where he's at instead of and taught in a way that he can learn in a better environment than sitting there. You got to just sit there and your hands in your lap and you have to do everything I say, and we're going to sit here for 25 or 30 minutes before we go on to the next subject. And you might get a 10-minute recess maybe at 45 minutes in or whatever. It's just he's not going to learn like that. He's not learning well. And so I really felt also when we were doing the remote learning with his Chromebook, um, I had two sets of curriculum that I had to try to teach him. So he had, and this kid is not on a second grade level reading. He's not. And he's not on a second grade level math even. Yet they keep passing him on to the next grade and just putting him in special education. And so what was happening, or what we were having to do, was he had a set core of assignments that he had to try to complete for his homeroom. And then he had a set of assignments from his special education classroom. And trying to get two sets of stuff done in a week's time was not doable. It certainly was not doable for him. And then when I said, okay, you know what, we're done with the remote learning. We need to just pull him out. We need to homeschool him. I'm tired of this. I'm not doing this. I can't get him caught up. I can't get him to stay caught up. I don't know. So it was funny because the special education teacher, when I told her, I sent her a text message and I said, I'm canceling the Zoom meeting this morning. We are going to homeschooling. I'm not doing this anymore. I don't feel that this, so, you need to do whatever you need to do, but we're not doing the Zoom meeting. And we are definitely moving to homeschooling. So then she got a call, or she called my daughter, who was at work, and my daughter's like, here's the thing. We can't do two separate curriculums. First of all, that's overwhelming for him. And secondly, it's overwhelming for us. There's no way. It's no wonder the kid's not learning anything, but yet if he's not learning and he's not performing on the tests and up to par, why do you keep passing him on to the next grade? It makes zero sense. So it's a failed system. And she's like, well, actually, he's not required to do what the homeroom teacher is assigning. He has to do what I'm assigning first, and then if there's time, he can do that. And I said, no, we're not. We're going to have to start all over with him. And we're not doing this. I'm not serving two masters. It's not happening. So, thus far, it's funny because I've been able to get him to read better and retain more of what he's read in the last month than they had in the last 4 years of school. Pre-K, kindergarten first, and now almost second. So I'm so frustrated with that whole system. It is a debunked system. It needs to be fixed. And it is nothing against the educators. I respect them immensely because they have to work with what they're given, and it is so hard. And when you're trying to cater to an entire classroom, especially if you have a classroom full of kids who are special needs, that aren't learning exactly like everybody else, I cannot even imagine what that must be like. So this is just a better option for for my moon pie. It really is. So I dated a mortician who always used Vicks under his nose for reasons. He said mentholatum just didn't cut it. TMI. No, Deb, actually. So when I was a paramedic, there were several times I used Vicks. Also, Watkins mentholatum. Watkins is another great one. Cuts the smell of rotting food. It cuts this under your nose. It cuts the smell of a decomposing body, and it cuts the smell of a body that has been burnt to a crisp. I know, TMI, but that I have used that on more than one occasion for that reason. That's encouraging. Emma's just not ready for structured schooling yet. No. And some kids, honestly, they don't do well in a structured school setting. They really don't. Some kids really need to learn through life learning, not through schooling in a traditional sense. It's why we have so many kids failing, and why we have all these kids they can't read very well. They don't write. You can't read. You can't read their handwriting for nothing. So that's one thing I'm really pressing with Moon Pie is, nope, you're going to sit here and you're going to write until I can make it, until I can read it. I'm not doing this. Sloppy handwriting is not going to happen. YouTube seems easier from a money-making standpoint. Well, sure. I wouldn't go that far. Never looking at Vicks the same again. Is he hyperactive? My daughter's first grade teacher used exercise balls and bungee cords around chairs or desks. He's not necessarily hyperactive. He just doesn't focus well, if that makes sense. And so it has to be interesting to him for him to keep his focus. And so I use a lot of dinosaur stuff. The kid is nuts for dinosaurs. So I use a lot of dinosaur references and I have dinosaur books that we're reading. Which I can always use more, but anything that deals with dinosaurs, the kid is all over it and he will stay focused. And I tried to tell them that, and they're like, well, we've got some dinosaur counting stuff. That's about it. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but that's not going to be enough for him. You have to figure out how to apply that in reading, writing, math, the whole 9 yards. That's just the way he is. All right. Our adopted son is autistic and FAS. He would be in special ed and it would be awful. It would be. That would not be good for him. I don't think it would be good for him. He needs some help, but he also needs more time to grow up and shorter increments. You did the best thing ever. Thank you. Yes. The shorter the time, they will actually learn. They'll learn at their pace. And there's no reason why you need to just start shoving stuff down their throats. And, you have to learn this. You have to learn this right now. Some kids don't do well under pressure. They really, really don't. And a traditional school setting is not a good place for a lot of kids. Bungee cord sounds a bit illegal. Just gave them something to fiddle with. Very true. If they tucked their feet under on a chair and they didn't have the balance for balls, they went around the legs. That is a really great idea. Watkins, I find a bit better, but oh my gosh, yeah. Just kidding. I did have a 5th grade teacher, my own, who joked about wrapping a student to their chair with those orange extension cords. She probably was super ADHD, but no one knew back then. Yeah, so back then, it's ADHD wasn't a thing. It was your kid doesn't know how to behave, doesn't know how to sit still, doesn't know how to focus, so we need to punish them. That's the problem. When my son was in 1st grade, he lied math or loved. Okay, maybe. So the system pushed math and his reading skills were not encouraged. He did first grade over after I had a big argument about not being told. Yep. My kids are struggling in a public school setting. Kathleen, I'm telling you, you can do, if you can handle doing a homeschooling, I mean, you have to be on top of it. You really can't just let it go, you know. But there are days where I can't sit down with him because he's just not gonna, if he's in a really bad mood, he cannot focus and he will not focus. And so I try to do things like, he loves to play Minecraft and he plays the Jurassic World Minecraft. So it's dinosaurs. Well, that's teaching math skills, spatial skills, building skills, you know that. So I'm not going to complain about that one. And I let him watch things that encourage, um, you know, math skills and that are demonstrating and encouraging math and reading and all of that stuff. So, so he's not getting, so yeah, he may be sitting, you know, there watching something on TV or playing a video game, but he's actually learning because he's learning spatial recognition. He's learning, you know, if I put two of these here, it'll make, you know, a whole something or other. You know what I mean? So my son is ADD. He gets that far, or you need something to read to him. Try the Wings of Fire books. Oh, okay. Dragons, but the only reason my son can read, yeah, they have to be. And I don't think that kids learn if they aren't interested. Sounds like Asperger's homeschooling. I did similar with my daughter. Thematic units rock. Interest-based learning is what grown-ups do. Yep, it is true. It is true. You learn by doing. And yeah, so I kind of wondered, what I have thought was that maybe he's on the spectrum, very low on the spectrum somewhere, whether that be autism, Asperger's, or you know, even ADHD, ADD, OCD, that ODD, that kind of stuff. Like I really kind of wonder, but I don't think that he is at a level where I don't think that he's at a level where he would need medication, and I certainly don't think he needs special education. I think he needs different education. I was supposed to know that book 3 was 2 books behind the majority of the class. Oh my God. I bought him comic books to get him interested and taught him to read before he took the grade over. Right? Comic books are fantastic learning tools for reading. They really, truly are. I mean, my husband will tell you that is where he learned proficiency in reading. They are doing remote learning right now for high school and they are still struggling. Yeah, we'll probably have to go back to homeschooling. You might have to consider it, Kathleen, honestly. Asperger's is the high functioning end. It can be PDNOS now too. They do just need different education. It is true. Yep. My kids are both remote, failing most of their classes this year in high school. So, okay, so remote learning, the requirements for remote learning for most school districts and for most states, honestly, it's just not good. The requirements are, they're too strict with some things and then they're super lax with others. And I think honestly, remote learning is not a bad thing for some kids. Remote learning can be great for some kids. Some kids absolutely need that structure and be in a classroom. And then there are other kids who just absolutely cannot be in a classroom or do remote learning. They have to learn by doing. Having an audio-visual learner and learning by doing is, I don't know, I just think it's a much better way. Ours is same as in school, just from home through Google Meets. Okay, so when they were were they in the classroom? And if they were in the classroom prior to all of this, how were they doing in the classroom? Do you have the opportunity that if they are failing or don't understand something, do they have the opportunity to speak with their teacher, whoever, whatever subject they're teaching, that particular teacher, and say, hey, I need help with this? Can they get that extra help if they need it? Or is it a case of, I know sometimes teenagers will be like, it's remote learning, I'm not paying attention, I don't care. I know some kids were like that just in school in general. Even in high school, they were just like, whatever. I'm just here because I have to be. I don't know your kids. I don't know their personalities. I don't know their learning styles, but I think that children have unique personalities. Why would they not have unique learning styles? It's not a one size fits all. I personally don't think. Oh, you can pull them out and homeschool them. They just shove and shove stuff at them. It can be very anxiety inducing and kids will shut down and fail. Yes, yes. And I think that's what was happening with my grandson, is that they were just giving him all of this crap and he didn't know what to do with it. And it was too much at once. I think it was just overstimulation. I think it was, it's just, I don't know. I do think that it produced some anxiety for him. It caused some anxiety for him. So this I think is going to be way, way better for him. And I've had a couple of people question it, and I've had people say, well, you're not doing so much every single day. Why are you not doing that? Well, because I'm not following a curriculum, because that's not really what suits him. And I'm having to find different ways to adapt, and to present material for him so he understands the concepts. And I have more time to do things like teaching him measurement by baking. We baked bread, or we made chicken and noodles last week. He measured the flour. He mixed up the dough with the flour and the egg. And he used the rolling pin and he rolled that out. And my pizza cutter, I don't know what in the heck happened to the pizza cutter. I think it was in the bottom of the sink and I couldn't find it. So I'm like, okay, well, gonna get a life lesson with the knife. So, but he learned how to control a knife. So he was learning gross and fine motor skills. He was learning measurement, math, and he was getting sensory, and he was busy with his hands. And we got done doing that, and he's like, Mima, are we gonna make more noodles? I really want to make more noodles. And I said, well, why do you want to make more noodles? And I said, is it because of the, because you could, my daughter probably, is it because of the, you get to play in the dough, or is it because you get to use the knife? And he liked all of it. He liked measuring out the flour, and he liked he liked cracking the egg open, and he liked, rolling the rolling pin. And we discussed, okay, so for this particular set of noodles, I want you to roll it out to, an 1/8 of an inch thick. And we actually got the ruler out, and I showed him, this is 1/8 of an inch, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, he learned, and he remembers that, and he enjoyed it. And so he's retaining it. So anyway, okay, let's see. They're both 16 and have been struggling for a long time. Kathleen, it might actually be more beneficial for you to take them out of school and homeschool them and get them caught up. They may not, that just obviously is not the right environment for them. You have to do what's best for your kids. You have to do what's best for the kids.
What are you doing?
What the hell?
Oh, you're still loud?
Yeah, you ding dong. Scared the bejesus out of me. I about dropped the F-bomb. Okay, now my heart's really pumping. They're just not interested. DS struggled before. DD was bored and doesn't want to be here, but would do the work when they were in school. Here she would prefer to read or write her own stuff. Well, maybe incorporate that. Don't be a creeper. What do you want?
I got you good.
Yeah, you did.
Love you, Mama.
Yeah. Huh?
I can't believe she did that.
We're having a serious discussion on education, and she does that crap. And my husband's encouraging it.
No,
You are such a dirty liar.
no. I tried talking her out of it.
No, he didn't.
He's a dirty liar.
He told me to do it.
Uh-huh. So,
Seriousness, focus,
yeah, exactly.
back on topic.
Okay, mine will ask for the help and will get blown off about what they need help with. Let's see. You are in, yeah, I can see that from that school district because I know what school district you're in, Kathleen. I can see that. Because that school district is a huge popularity contest. I wish I could homeschool. One would be fine with that, but I expect could just pass the GED test and go to the Career Center for welding or culinary. The other, I'm not sure if she has enough math. Honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't do the GED test. I would homeschool if you can do it. Homeschool them and get them caught up. Have them start practicing in like an ACT or an SAT practice book, that kind of stuff. Because I think some places, I don't know what it's like. I know here in Iowa, GED is pretty much, it's not going to get you anywhere, and it's even hard to get into a community college or a vocational college with a GED. So I would actually I don't know. I would actually consider homeschooling. I really would. They actually just cut the school day down by an hour to give virtual kids an extra study hall and teachers an extra planning period. So how does that help the kids with an extra study hall? Oh, Jess, you're laughing at me. You can be quiet. So sounds like too much on their own to figure out. Yeah, kind of does. Yeah, I know, right, Carol? Yeah, right. I know. My daughter's home. Dirty liar. Yeah. Florida is awesome for homeschooling, just saying. Come on down. Yes, it is. Well, you can actually give them a homeschooling diploma here, and it is taken. You actually get a you actually can in the state of Iowa too. In fact, there are several ways that you could homeschool here, and we chose. We could have dual enrolled him. We could in public and homeschooling. We could have had like a teacher guided or professional guided. We could have had a private school type guided curriculum, all that kind of stuff. So CPI, I think, is what it's called. But we've decided not to do that. And even though, because I really checked into this, because I thought, oh my God, what are we going to do? Because if he really is learning well at home, and we don't ever have to put him back into public school, what is that going to do for him when he decides if he wants to go on to college? Like, is he going to have a high school diploma? How does he get that? Is it he just takes the GED, or that kind of stuff? And actually, there are a lot of options. So and there have been so many studies that homeschool kids actually perform and test much higher than public school kids. Like they tend to score higher than most public school kids. I think I said that right. So, but we can actually apply when he is done with senior year or getting close. We can apply for a high school diploma. So I think it actually would come from, I think it comes from the school district that you live within, but you can actually apply for it, even though you've homeschooled. So the diploma thing shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't, at least in Iowa. I don't know about any other state. I can't do the custody arrangements. Any schooler here would have to do the GED. I think eventually the community college is the one that does it, and both are already technically enrolled at community college. Okay. There's an umbrella here, and those also, your sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, it's an umbrella thing. So I understand. I understand kind of what the custody things. So I don't know. You might want to look into it, honestly, because I don't know what their state laws are like, but I can't think that they're too far off from Iowa. I could very well be wrong. I don't know, but I think it would be worth looking into if you can, or maybe figuring something else out. And Kathleen, I think that you also need to. It might do them better, to look into another type of schooling, because if they're not going to perform well and they haven't been performing well, chances are they probably hate school, and that's not conducive to learning. They're not going to want to learn if they don't feel comfortable, and if they've been made to feel stupid, or not as popular as the other people, that kind of stuff. So I would say find their passion. Find their passion. Find out what it is what their life plans are. I know at 16 and 17 years old, you don't really know. You don't know your head from your butt, I mean, I'm 44 and don't know my head from my butt still. I'm getting there though. So, and I kind of had this discussion with my kids yesterday, in fact, because my son is having a really hard time finding a job that pays decent for what he went to school for, which was electronic engineering technician. And and he's like, well, I could go back to school and get another degree, blah blah blah. And I said, if you go back to school, I think that if this is what you want to do, I think you need to go back and get your 4-year degree, because an associate's degree doesn't always pay well to have that. It really doesn't. So maybe you should try going over to Iowa State University. Is about 40 minutes from us. I think it's like 44 miles or something like that. And that is where he would get an advanced degree, and he would do so well. My son is super smart. He is such a smart guy. So I don't know. He may actually be going back to school come January. So I hated learning stuff I felt I would not use. I was meant to be an art teacher or hairdresser. Mom made me choose college due to her working on her feet a lot. Oh, you don't sit on your head. You're welcome. Thanks. Well, hello, Mark. How are you, honey? Okay, lovely people. It's after midnight here. Dishes are done. Dishes are done, man. Don't tell Mom the babysitter's death. I love the movie. Fridge is cleaned out and 7 a.m. comes early. Not all. Okay. Night, Jess. I love you. My son already has more school in than his dad did. I think either of them would probably hang here for a year and getting away from the blah from learning so they could actually learn again. That could very well be. They may need a break. I became a state certified art teacher and taught K through 8 for years and then homeschooled my daughter. I'm finding a lot of educators are actually homeschooling their children. I'm learning of a lot of them because they don't like the public school system, the way that it's set up and the way that things have to be taught and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that should tell you something. Like that should tell the NEA something. It really, really should, that something needs to be changed. Stuff's got to get revamped. If you've got more educators homeschooling their children than putting into public school that they teach in, there's a problem, people. There's a real problem. They hate school. They've been bullied from students and staff since elementary. Yeah, I can see that in that school district too, because my kids went for like 2 months in that school district. My sister is a teacher's associate in that school district, and so is my niece. And yep, they both say the what do I want to say? The bureaucracy of public school or that school district is ridiculous. So. All right. We've all been that way with learning. They don't see why they need so much of it. And honestly, I haven't used it, so can't speak to the need. Yep. So I don't understand what I would need. Like, I don't need advanced algebra or calculus or trigonometry to be a nurse. I didn't need any of that stuff. And honestly, I didn't need anything more than simple algebra. So I don't quite understand why in the world I had to have algebra 2, and then they wanted me to go into geometry. And I'm like, what for? Why? When am I ever going to use this advanced math? I've never used it. It is simple math. Even figuring dosages, it is simple math. It made 0 sense for me to do that, but I had to do it because it was required. Because all school systems teach to the middle perfect learner. That is rare, and whatever the powers that be are always dropping social experiments in for good measure. Oh, you are so right, Carol. So right. Hence why my daughter was done. Yep. Algebra. I like geometry only because, well, shapes. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't get the whole public. My kids all did pretty well or did very well. My son was he was an almost straight A student. My 2 girls they both had They were a AB student. So my kids did okay in public school. But I will say that I worked with them a lot, especially in their early elementary years, because I didn't, I thought that they needed a more solid foundation to go from, to learn from, than what they were getting. And so I was doing things like when I was pregnant with them, I was reading to them in the womb, when my oldest, when she was in kindergarten, we sat and read Moby Dick together. I taught her how to read in kindergarten, just simply by us reading together and her learning those words, remembering those words, those sights, the sight of those words and whatnot, and how they were, and really, really learning, like listening to how they were pronounced, that kind of stuff. And so she was able to read in kindergarten. And I did that with all of my kids. We only did Moby Dick with my oldest, but I did big books like that with all of my kids. And I really think that that made a huge difference. And we did a lot of baking and cooking. And so we did a lot of math and measuring and, all of that stuff. So I think laying the foundation and then trying to reiterate whatever it was that they were trying to teach, I think that made a huge difference in my children. It is, we were thinking about filing a lawsuit against them. Geometry was the only math class I understood. Most people do understand shapes way better. My daughter was planning on living in the art rooms and is failing her 6th intro to 2D art class because the assignments are stupid. Well, my youngest daughter was going to school to be a high school art teacher, and her heart wasn't in it. She's like, it's stupid. The stuff that they're having me do is so stupid. It doesn't teach me how to teach kids, and I don't understand why I have to do all of this stuff. And so she ended up dropping out of school. She's like, it's just not, that's not what I thought it was going to be. It's not what I want to do. So 16, she tested high at 16 that she was already basically a graduate. So I let her be done. Good. And of course, this year she was ready to start moving toward a caterer as a medical esthetician career. Okay. Well, that's awesome. That is awesome. Nursing schools still think that nurses do calculations for medication doses. In medicine, as well as many other professions, you have someone who does all that to keep mistakes and lawsuits down. That's exactly right. That is absolutely right. And if you go back and you try to double check the doctor's dosage, and you try to correct that doctor on that dosage and say, I'm not really very comfortable with it, you'll lose your job. You will. You'll lose your job as a nurse. And everything's printed out there, right out there for you. But it's very simple math. It's really not complicated. It's, okay, so you're going to work with fractions and you're going to work with conversions, because for whatever stupid reason, the entire world is on the metric system except us. Whatever. So dumb. And then and then medicine, you're talking cc's and mls. You're not talking, you're not talking, and you're not talking gallons. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It drives me crazy too. My daughter could decode at 3 and read before kindergarten, as she struggled with writing, so they were not going to put her in kindergarten. That was when homeschooling was crystal clear and homework in preschool. Yep. That's awesome. So your daughter is actually very intelligent then. That's cool. I really, my grandson just struggles. And my two girls, they struggled in math. Math was a big thing for them. Everything else was pretty easy, but they struggled in math. My son did not struggle in anything. That kid was he was super smart. Like he got all the brains. It was crazy. And even when he went to college, it seemed like it was almost too easy for him that he didn't want to apply himself. So, and he still graduated college with his associate's degree in as an EET, which is electrical engineering technician, and he still wasn't even trying, and he still had a really very good GPA. He was still like a low A GPA. They sent homework home. I meant in preschool. Oh, my son is the opposite. He struggles with everything. Yeah, see, it's so crazy. It is so crazy, the difference between children and how they learn. I really think that public school, while the idea is a great idea, I just don't think it is for every single child, and I just don't think my grandson fits that mold either. So I don't know. So I'm struggling. I'm not gonna lie. I'm struggling because there are days where I can't do more than a couple of minutes with him, more than 5 minutes, where until I'm just like, okay, no, you're not focusing, and he'll purposely mess up so that I'll give up on him doing it because he doesn't want to do it. And those are the really hard days. And those are the days that I do push. But there are some days that I can tell just when he walks through the door what kind of a day we're going to have. And so, okay, today is going to be, we're going to read, but Mima's going to read to you, and we're going to discuss things. And, we're going to draw today, and we're going to color today, and we're going to, play Minecraft and that kind of stuff. And we are going to be outside, and we're going to be, we have chores to do. We're going to do chores. We're going out to take care of the chickens. You have to get in there. You have to measure out the food for them, blah, 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 blah. So, but I seriously can tell what kind of a day it's going to be the minute he walks in the door. It all depends on how he wakes up in the morning as to how much we're actually going to accomplish. I know. Can I have a timeout? Please put me in timeout, will ya? Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I have been on here for 4.5 hours. This is getting silly. And while we are having a lovely conversation, it's also late, and I know that Carol, you're after midnight there. You're 12:30 there. Sounds like ADHD or spectrum stuff. All their clocks run at the same time, or sometimes none do, and then all the in-betweens. Yep. Yeah, it does. I just don't, like I was telling my daughter, I don't want him to go get diagnosed with that, because that is a red flag for the public school system. If he goes back into the public school system with a diagnosis of ADHD, he will forever be in special education, and they will basically sweep him under the rug. And I don't want that. He doesn't need that. He doesn't need that label. Like I said, I suspect he's on the spectrum somewhere, probably, very extremely high functioning. Just, I think his biggest issue is his mood. So, and being able to focus because of that. So, like, but I don't think that there's a need for medication. I don't think that there's a need for him being in a special education class. He needs to be taught different. That's it. And the MS label for, yep, exactly. Yep, just like you and the MS. Yep. You're labeled for life, and then you're just kind of swept under the rug, whatever, pushed off in the corner. And that doesn't help him succeed. It doesn't help those kids to succeed in life, unless you have a really good school district, and those are really hard to come by anymore because they are literally herding our children through there like cattle, like sheep. It's okay. Here's the information. Okay, well, you kind of get it. We're going to pass you on because we got another grade coming in. It's just not a good model. It's just not a good model. It helps with homeschooling. That is about it. Yeah, I think so. So we could have dual enrolled him, and we still could have gotten our area education association to help us with things. But my thing is that I feel like I also had something to prove, that I could show them that, listen, if you just do it this way, he's gonna learn. And so we have the option at the end of the year to do an assessment, to do assessment testing. And he doesn't do well on tests. He does not. So when we were doing like the timed reading and stuff like that for school, he wasn't doing well. But he could sit there and he could read those stories that they were giving. He could read most of those words to me. Like, he could read most of the story. But they were putting the pressure on him to make sure that he was reading faster. And I'm like, faster isn't always better. If he's not understanding the concept of the story, why are you trying to make him read faster? And then he wouldn't do it. He would just sit there like, and I'm like, Xavier, you know this stuff. You know this word. Don't do this. And he won't perform under pressure like that. That's why I really think that he's on the whole spectrum thing. So the really good teachers get so burned out fighting the system, they leave. Oh, that is so true. So true. Just to know what to research. Yeah. Yeah, it creates a huge anxiety for him. And I'm not about that. There's no reason for him to have to perform like a monkey. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. They leave to homeschool their own kids. You're right, Tina. That's so true. They do. All the good ones, they do. And then there are some they're there for life, and they fight and they fight and they fight until they retire. There are some amazing, amazing educators out there. I mean, really, truly. And they have my respect. I mean, my stepmom is a teacher, and she has taught special education. She has taught all the way up. I think she's taught 2nd through 5th grades, and she has taught special education mostly. And I commend her and I respect her for that, because there's no way that I could do that on the scale that they do. It is hard enough with Zave. So it's just, it's too much. So I can't imagine having a classroom full of kids that need that extra attention. And you've got minimum 10 kids at a time. I couldn't imagine it. My former neighbor is a chemistry teacher in the Omaha school system, and he homeschooled his kids. Yeah, what does that tell you? Left public first, then private. The model did not work even 22 years ago. Yeah, so if it's not, that's what I don't understand. If it's not working, why do we keep doing it? Isn't that the definition of insanity? Well, hi, TJ. How are you? It don't help. They don't pay them well. My friend's wife goes 45 away to teach because she makes twice the money than teachers do in her town. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They don't pay educators enough, much like they don't pay nurses enough, I promise. And that's the thing, especially if you are a good teacher, you're not going to get paid. It's like they expect to keep the crappy, the teachers that are just there because they don't know what else to do, and they're bored with their jobs, and all of that stuff. So I just, we lose so many good teachers every year. We really do. Yeah, driving, and I can see that. I honestly can see why you would do that, especially in the type of economy and society that we live in today. So I understand the traveling. Education is not a priority. You are correct. It is not a priority in this country. Aw, I love you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, he does deserve to shoot his shot. I agree. I don't think that I'm just going to do what I have to do to make my grandson succeed, to help him succeed. I'm going to do it. Whatever that takes, that's what I'm going to do. New teachers want to do a great job, but get fought from the word go. Yes, that is true. And yes, it is all I can do, but I'm trying. I'm trying. I will. Hang tough. Oh my gosh. New kids on the block. Hanging tough. Oh my goodness. For real, that's why we homeschool. It's not easy, but it's worth it. It is. I think so. I do too. Yeah. TJ, I think you're right. Yes, I do need to keep going. So, all right. I am going to sign off, and I hope that all of you have a wonderful week. Wish us luck with getting the shipping containers here this week and getting them started. And hopefully my Suburban back this week, or at least next week would be great. So anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful week and a very blessed week. I can't talk. See, I'm getting tired. It's time to go. And I wish you so many blessings for absolutely everything. So live from the earth and play in the dirt. And I will see you next week. Love and blessings to you all.